it's a person.
Hello, hello. Hi there, everyone. It's so awesome to have everyone here. Let's see. Thank you, Audrey. See if I can pronounce everyone's names just to say hi. Is it Brecrene, Ducky, Crafty, Audrey, and Lily? Thank you for joining. Yeah, I really like this username. I was very lucky to get it, I feel like. I'm really... Wait, let's see if I can't turn this down a few. Yeah, it looks a little bit. So yeah, I was very happy to get this username. I got it like 5 or 6 years ago. I haven't done any streaming until very recently, but this is a very fun username to have. I found it on a subreddit on Reddit called Band Names, and I just thought it was really cool. So wasn't expecting to ever be streaming ever in my life, but here I am now. Yes, I'm seeing a lot of love for the project, and that's awesome to see. I've always wanted to share this with people, but it's like, who do you share this with? Like, it's kind of hard to... All my friends in real life don't care, because they don't really play Stardew Valley very much. I've been doing this for, 4 years now? Pretty much since the game came out, maybe a year after I actually started working on it. So, it's been really fun to be doing it, and most of the fun comes from actually like planning all the things out and making sure everything's gonna work, at least for me. And then actually going through with it is pretty fun as well. Let's go ahead and get into the game here. We can talk some more once we're going. Yeah, so Audrey, the file is, the file times are a little weird. I actually have about 1,700 hours in the game, and I really have not played much on any other farm besides this one. I think the in-game files are just a little bit lower than they're supposed to be. Maybe it doesn't count time paused or something along those lines. I'm not sure. There's something weird about the adding. Some other Stardew Valley Twitch streamers have talked about it before. It seems low compared to what it should be. So it doesn't count time in menus. Yeah. Something along those lines. Yeah, so I have on Steam.
Oh, it's a person.
Hey, Dino. Thank you for following. On Steam, I've got about 1,800 hours in the game or so, and that feels about right for what I've done for the challenge so far. I've been pretty efficient as far as getting things done. Let's go over here. At least I feel like I have. I pretty much plan things out so that they can be pretty efficient. But in general, I try to keep things pretty chill. Like, I don't try to speedrun or reset days too often unless I really need to. Mostly because it's just kind of a waste of time, you know? If I really need to reset a day, I will, but... For those T-sets, for instance. But most of the time, I just play through. Even when I die, sometimes, I'll just accept the fact I lost a few things. Most stuff I can get back pretty easily. Playing. Oh, that's weird. Music stopped for some reason. Yeah, when I chose Mushroom Cave, there weren't really debates about which one was better. Everyone just kind of picked their favorite. And it was a good choice for this challenge, luckily. Like, when I started this file, it wasn't with the explicit purpose of doing this challenge. It was just a casual playthrough at first. Luckily, mushrooms turned out to be pretty good for the stuff I needed. It's pretty easy to get the fruits otherwise. I do not need every single quality dino. So that's one of the things I decided early on, mostly because of fish. Fish would be just horrifying to try and do every single quality. So it's just one stack as long as it's all the same quality. And I tend to prefer a higher quality, but in the case of fish, for instance, there's no way I'm getting a iridium stack of every single fish. That would ruin me. I do need every type of roe, though, for fish, yes, and the aged roe. So that means I need basically 2 stacks of roe for every fish that makes roe, because I need to turn it into aged roe. I don't hate fishing. In fact, I remember specifically for a long time, there was so many people on like different Stardew Valley forums that were like so against fishing. They thought it was like an awful mini game, and I was just like, you know what? No, I kind of like it. I used to fish a lot for money back when that made sense to do. Now it's all about wine, obviously. But and I quite liked fishing. It was one of my first skills. I got to 10, I'm pretty sure, way back in the day. I like the minigame. It's just like doing the minigame 999 times per fish and perfecting pretty much every single fish to get iridium quality is just not on a list of things I really want to do. It would take way too long, I think. Let's see. Is it pronounced... I am so bad with names. This is a whole new experience for me, trying to figure out all your names. Yeah, I agree about the fishing minigame being really good. I think I really enjoy it. Like, for instance, I played Hades a lot recently, and I don't like that fishing minigame at all. It's all about timing, and I'm just not fast enough to hit it for Hades at all. At least with Stardew Valley, there's a lot more nuance to it, at least. So if you suck at first, you can make up for it later. And with the wine, are you doing iridium quality wine? I guess I could. It wouldn't take that long. I have... Oh, no, not for every single type of wine. Oh no, that would kill me. But I do have a full cellar full of stuff. They haven't been going for very long. But no, I am definitely not doing iridium quality wine for every type. That would just... that would be forever and a half. I might do 1 stack of iridium quality wine, because I feel like that would be kind of cool to have. I might even do it with just the unmarked wine. That would be kind of fun, to have a stack of iridium quality unmarked wine. Who knows what kind of wine it is? Alright, so it's Tuesday, so I need to go to the desert today. My spa area is actually pretty empty at the moment. I used to have a tree farm there, but I really haven't needed to. It's kind of out of the way, unfortunately, so I really don't put much of anything there. Things like the desert, like this here, I can fill up with stuff because it's really easy to get there. It takes me, like, a lot of walking to get all the way to the spa area, so I don't really put anything there. I used to have tappers there to tap a whole bunch of trees, but now I put them on the island because it's a little easier for me to get there.
Oh, it's a person.
That was Benitus. Thank you for the follow. Hope I pronounced that right. I apologize to all of you in advance for pronouncing your names wrong. That's a hoot. You said a level of organization is planning and put in. Yes, I took a lot of time to plan a lot of these things out. It was over years too, so at some points I wasn't even playing for months at a time, and at some points I was spending like my entire weekend trying to figure out exactly what I should do next, how to get certain items. Like especially when 1.5 dropped, that gave me tons and tons of stuff to try and figure out. Things like how do I get galaxy souls? Those seem really difficult to get. 1.5 was a great time because I got to play the game casually again for a while to get to perfection. So I had a bunch of stuff stored up, but like I didn't even have a golden clock at the time, so it took me quite a while to actually get to 100%. I told the story on Gug's video about Alex being the one thing stopping me. I had him at 0 hearts, so it took me like a whole year of giving him gifts to get him up to top, to get him up to 10. You actually only need to get the bachelors and bachelorettes up to 8 hearts, but it took forever to get him up there. This is year 24, I think. When I did the video with Gug, it was the last year, so this is the next year after that. I've been playing a lot since then. That's one good thing about streaming, is it actually gives me a reason to play sometimes. Well, not the only good thing, obviously. It's one of the good things about streaming. Yeah, so my main goal is just to get all the ones that are reasonable. I'm kind of going in order of what's reasonable to get. So if I don't end up doing the tea set, it will be like one of the last things I don't get, if that makes sense. I'll be getting pretty much everything else first. But I think I'll do the tea set. It's going to be a lot of resetting, which will be a little bit boring, but if I'm that close to finishing, why would I stop at that point? Yes, so playing Stardew in waves is very common, I've heard. Let's see, Spider Slayer, thank you for the follow. Yeah, sleeping for 999 years. I'm gonna be glad I have a stream at that point, because it's gonna be really good to have someone to talk to while I'm just sleeping days away. I'll probably make something fun out of it, like we'll be doing something else while we're doing it, probably. Harmless Moon, thank you for the follow. Let's see here. Did the desert, I think island needs to be done. Yeah, kegs are not ready yet. Yeah, things have become kind of like clockwork for me in this game now. I know pretty much exactly what I need to do every day. And I know what I can do if I have spare time at the end of the day. Max, yes, I do play a lot of other games. For instance, just yesterday I was playing some modded Skyrim. I got back into Skyrim pretty recently. Teach that. Okay. So I'm basically doing a 100% playthrough of modded Skyrim. I put like 200 hours into it over winter break. A lot of fun. I just played Slay the Spire yesterday as well. I love that game a lot. I did really well, even though I haven't played in a long time. That was very fun. I play a lot of Minecraft, although it's been a little while since I've last played. Minecraft's probably my favorite game of all time. I do love Stardew a lot, but I put definitely more hours into Minecraft. And I play a lot of Fallout games. So Fallout New Vegas, probably my second favorite game of all time. For an RPG, it's definitely just my favorite. I think it's a really well done game, and just every so often I'll do a playthrough of it. So like last month at some point, I just did a complete playthrough to finish up some achievements I hadn't done yet. Basically, I did the Caesar's Legion route. I've never actually done that before. No golden coconuts for me. Dang it. I don't know if I'll play any other games on stream, but maybe. There's some other games that I like to challenge run sometimes, Fallout New Vegas being one of them. So if people would be interested in something like that, I'd probably definitely play it. Probably definitely. Yeah, one of those. For instance, there's a challenge run I wanted to do that I started in Fallout New Vegas but never actually finished, where I tried to use the cannibal perk to eat every single named character in the game. I did about half of it, and then I realized that since I played as a girl, there were like 3 characters I couldn't do, and kind of annoyed me, so I just stopped. But if I were to do it again, I definitely could probably get pretty far in that. It's surprisingly hard. You have to like manhandle the quests so you actually see every single named character. You have to be very careful who you kill when. Pretty interesting. I actually play Stardew pretty much as my relaxing game, if you can believe it. This is what I do to relax. It's actually a lot of fun though, because I basically know what I'm going to do most days. So a lot of it is mostly just like going through with it. So it's actually kind of relaxing. Right, so we are going to go bone fragment mining, which is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Ooh, that's a good question, Audrey. It's weird to think about because the challenge at the beginning, like, I've changed a lot as a person since I started this challenge. Like, how I approach things in general. If anything, like, doing this challenge changed a lot of what I do. How I approach things and how I prepare things. So, me not having played this challenge kind of changes, like, who I was. But if we just think about it in terms of had I just started at 1.5, I think it would kind of be along the lines of I'd probably do a lot more planning beforehand, which probably would be a mistake. A lot of what made this challenge kind of fun is I did a lot of planning like on the fly, kind of thought up things. I learned basically how to do Excel from playing this challenge. I consider myself pretty good at using it now, but before I started this challenge I had no idea how to do anything outside of like basic equations. My spreadsheet is a mess, by the way. Please do not look at any of the code on there if you wanted to do anything else. Audrey also asked, like, if someone wanted to do the same challenge, what would you tell them? Ooh. Yeah, plan a lot in advance. Reconsider. No, if you really wanted to do the challenge, that'd be awesome. I'd recommend actually just stealing my spreadsheet. So it's linked below. If you scroll down to where it says 999 challenge, if you click on that banner, you can actually just go see the spreadsheet right now, and you can make a copy of it. So I did all the legwork for you. That's one thing you could definitely do. It would save you a lot of time figuring out how you're going to track everything. Obviously, that's not something I could do if I started the challenge at 1.5. I would start streaming it. I'm really glad I started doing that because it actually makes it very, I don't know, it like rewards me for actually playing the game, and I'm playing anyways, so it kind of works out nicely. Just watched your interview about an hour ago. I really enjoyed it. I find the challenge run super interesting. I'm glad to hear that, Emo Nemo. Yeah, I'm glad I have people to talk to it about. because most of the people I know in real life don't play Stardew Valley or play it very rarely, so it's kind of hard to be like, hey, this thing I'm doing, I'm spending hours of my life every day playing it, but I can't really explain it to you. So Ember, no, I have not played Shining Force before. I don't think I've ever heard of it. What's it about? I do like RPGs a lot, so I've actually been looking for one lately. I keep on replaying the same ones over and over again. Oh, if anyone's curious, by the way, right now, the reason I'm killing all these skeletons is I need the bone fragments. I am making bone braziers, so they're like, oh, sorry, skull braziers. So this guy right here. I'm less than 100 away, so I just need a stack of bone fragments and I'll be done. Which is awesome, because I've been working on it for quite a while now. So I just use Monster Musk, and I come down here, I kill as many as I can. I'm kind of glad I'm almost done with bone fragments too. I'm getting kind of sick of the normal mines. I really like the added danger / interest that the harder mines gives. I really want to go back to it. I will be doing that shortly. So how do I choose what to focus on? So it kind of comes about organically. Like, there are some things that are kind of easier to get, especially near the beginning. It was kind of just like, what's seasonal, right? Like, what plants do I plant this year? What fits on my cropland? Now that I'm mostly done with farming... Oh yeah, go for it, Crafty. I do recommend using the spreadsheet I made. Just delete all of the raw, so basically all the normal stuff, and then replace it with yours. So I basically choose what to do now based on what I still need. I kind of go down the list. I sometimes go alphabetical, but sometimes it's just what's kind of convenient. And I've gotten a lot of the crafting stuff done, and one of the last things I need is the the skull brazier, excuse me. That is a very different thing. Hey, Lup the Lup. Good to see you. You guys dropped so many bone swords. I'm just gonna get rid of a few things here. I like having a clean inventory. I also need bat wings, so I do go out of my way for those occasionally. So, bone fragments. I will have to get more bone fragments later. There's this lovely thing called an ostrich incubator that I'm pretty sure Concerned Ape was role-playing as a villain when he came up with the recipe for that. But I'm not going to worry about that until I need to, basically. It's 50 bone fragments per.
Oh, it's a person.
And also takes cinder shards and hardwood as well. So that's just going to be a late game thing. Thank you for the follow, Jinx. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm glad that Gug's video sparked so much interest. He reached out to me like, God, this was back in like November. We actually did the interview maybe at the beginning of December, somewhere around there. So it has been quite a while since I actually talked with him. So a few things have changed, but for the most part, all the questions were accurate. One of the things that's changed was the amount of staircases that I need to get the auto petters. It's significantly less. I worked out a better way to get luck buffs in order to make it easier. Okay, so this is about this is about Shining Force. So it's on the Game Boy Advance. Oh man, I'd have to really drag out my Game Boy Advance. I assume you can emulate it on the PC though? Okay, I might look into that. That sounds pretty interesting. Alright, Ducky, do butterfly hatches stack? Not as far as I'm aware. I really hope they don't. I didn't actually try that one, but like most furniture, I would assume they do not. That is not what I need the bat wings for. I need it for Monster Musk, which is something I also use. So it's kind of like a, you use Monster Musk to get more Monster Musk sort of the situation. I was running low on McElroy content. McElroy content. Isn't that the, is that a D&D group? I swear I've heard of that before. Why does the incubator even stack? Yeah, good question. Well, it is a craftable item, and there was an update, I think it was actually 1.4, so it was not that long ago, that made all craftable items stack for simplicity reasons. It's a great update as far as casual play, because it's a lot easier to place kegs down, for instance. But it's a very annoying update for me. Oh, I totally missed. Luika, I believe. Probably. Sorry if I got that wrong. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so there is a way to emulate it. Okay, I will look into that here. I'll actually write that down so I don't forget. Shining Force. Yeah, I thought about that briefly, Audrey, especially since, you know, it didn't used to be in the game. But when I defined the challenge originally, it was all stackable items, so I think I have to stick with that. Yeah, most stackable items aren't too bad. They mostly just require a ton of hardwood, which is doable. It just takes some time. And a few other items. Slime is another thing that takes a while to get, but certainly not, like, infinite time. I get it a lot faster now when I use Monster Musk in Skull Caverns. Tons of slime that way. I sometimes leave with a full stack of slime. Yes, I was very smart somehow. I don't even know what I was thinking about, but when I realized how much hardwood I was going to need, I was just like, okay, well, I'm going to push that to the side, and hopefully I'll figure out a better way to get all that hardwood. And it turns out a better way came to me. So now there's mahogany trees, and it's a lot easier. There's also a few other better ways to get hardwood too, one of which you can turn cork bobbers in a deconstructor into 5 pieces of hardwood. I don't want to do that just because it's very time consuming and mostly unnecessary for me to do it. The problem is the cork bobbers, which is helpful, don't stack. So it would mean, like, essentially that I have to get chests and chests full of cork bobbers. Oh, I have no problem with the game being easier for casual players. I think that's a good thing. I really enjoy everything ConcernedApe's done with this game. If I ever say something like he's a villain or something like that, it's in jest. I really love this game. I wouldn't be playing it for this kind of challenge run if I didn't. Did I take off my... Oh, I'm wearing it. Why isn't it? Oh, I don't have my coffee buff up. Like, why am I not getting any faster? Let's see. Getting hardwood to upgrade your house at Robin took forever. Yeah, I remember. Hardwood panes were definitely there. The Secret Woods was like, you'd have to go every day and you'd get like 12, and that was it, basically. I do remember that. Level up. I just made my second credit screen in Stardew. Some really fun challenge runs are Community Center in 1 year. I haven't done it myself, but I've thought about it a few times just for fun. It's not super difficult, especially in 1.5. It makes it a lot easier. You don't have to get so lucky. Some other fun ones, just making as much money as you can in the first month is pretty interesting. It doesn't take forever either, so because you're only playing for a month. You could probably finish Joja if you wanted to go the Joja route in 1 month, and that's always a fun one to go for it. So before the end of spring, it's kind of difficult, but if you look up some ways to get money early on, it can definitely be done. Okay, I'm gonna pass out. Yeah, I love the QOL changes. One of my favorite quality of life changes that CA made was it used to be really annoying to put things in kegs. Like sometimes it just wouldn't work, and that got fixed, and I was very happy about that. Now kegging is a lot more fun. Would probably be the best way to put it. Perfection in 2 years, CC in 1. Yeah, perfection in 2 years sounds very difficult to me. I know a lot of people have done it though. I've seen a few streams of it. There's just so much to keep track of for perfection. It sounds like an insane challenge to me. I basically did it in 2 years from a farm that was already like in the end game, and it took me 2 years to get perfection. Of course, at that point, everyone was figuring out how to do perfection. That was right when 1.5 came out. So now there's a lot better strategies. Ooh, I'm talking a lot. Yeah. Ooh, marriage as early as you can is another fun one. I know Blade just released a video about marrying. So Blade is another Stardew Valley streamer. He released a video about marrying Haley before the Flower Dance Festival. It required a lot of like crazy strategies that I would never even try. But trying to marry someone like by summer might be something that's reasonable to attempt. Most challenge runs are like doing something by a certain date. Right? So when I try to pick a challenge run to do, it's usually like, well, I don't want to spend a whole year in Stardew doing something, so I like to try and do something as fast as possible rather than by the end of the year. That one. Okay. Can't buy from Pierre. Ooh, okay. So probably can't buy from Joja either. You just can't buy seeds. That does sound interesting. I've definitely seen some runs where people have beaten the game without farming. So like without upping their farming skill at all. And I think it's possible. Oh no, it's technically not possible because there's like just a few things you farm. There's no other way to get them. A challenge to see how much money you would make if I didn't leave my farm for a whole year. Ooh, that's that's interesting. How do you get seeds? I guess you just use mixed seeds. You can't even leave your farm screen. Crazy. You can't get a fishing rod. You can't. I guess you just use mixed seeds. That's actually really cool. Yay, pink cake. I actually do grab these pink cakes because they're actually pretty good healing items. Get a whole lot of them from this. Pick seeds and chopping wood. I'm tempted to try at some point to get everyone the max friendship using only WoW. There was a really cool thing that came up in the Stardew Valley Cup that I think, again, Blade found out about, where you can, if everyone puts in a love gift, so if you're in multiplayer and everyone puts in a love gift, it, like, makes it so the friendship goes up for each person, multiplied by the amount of love gifts they put in. So it just gives a ridiculous amount of hearts. You can pretty much, a 4-player multiplayer setting, you can pretty much get everyone up to full hearts just by doing that one time. You know what? I just realized I don't think I got a golden coconut yesterday. Okay, Crafty, you said that's the challenge run I'm doing. Okay, so each year you can leave the farm like once per year. Oh wow, that's so once you get to year 4, it's like 4 times per year. Interesting. You have to really carefully plan around those days when you can leave. I wonder if you could do a challenge where you don't leave the farm at all for as long as possible, and then you spend as little time off the farm as possible to beat the game. You get as close to like finishing the community centers you can. Or I guess you could do Joja and make it really quick. And then you try to beat the game in just like one day or something like that. Okay, so we go to the beach first. Ooh, there is something I have to get. And I don't think I'm going to remember it as I say. There's a few items in this run that are yearly, which means I can only get them once every year. So one of them is called the Junomo Statue. It comes from one of those secret notes that you get from getting the looking glass from Krobus, and it appears behind the community center every single year. And of course, it stacks. So I need to grab that once per year. Luckily, it's not limited to like a day. It's anytime after the 1st of spring, all the way until next winter. I'll go ahead and grab that today. Come on. Yeah, today? No, the looking glass does not stack. It's a wallet item, so it's right here. Oh, magnifying glass is what it's called. That does not stack. What stacks is one of the items. In fact, I'll go grab it right now so you can see. No, so the Junomo Statue respawns every single year on the 1st of spring. So as long as there isn't one there, you can get a new one. It doesn't mess up here. And I have put this thing here so I know where it is, so I can just follow this down. So before I forget, I'm going to mark it as done here real quick. Oh look, a lot of people are looking at my my challenge sheet, which is cool to see. Okay. So that goes in here. Got 8 of them now. Just a few more to go. Perfection is possible without leveling. Ooh. So there is, if you look on YouTube, I don't remember who did it, but someone was trying a minimum XP run, like as little experience as they could do to finish the community center. They were able to do it in like, it was like 100 experience. I don't know if they went ahead and calculated what they'd have to do for perfection. I imagine it's probably pretty difficult to do that in perfection. There are ways of earning money without getting experience, very slowly, mind you, but there are ways of doing it. Okay, let me go ahead and put these cakes away before I forget. Uh-oh, don't fall. Like that. I run out of cakes? Over here? I'm just gonna put these. Yeah, part of perfection is getting all your skills to level 10, so yeah, that would probably be a little bit difficult, huh? So I guess what you'd want to do is how much percentage can you get in perfection without gaining experience? That would be kind of fun to try. Maybe fun's the wrong word. It would be interesting to try. Be interesting to see what the possibility for that is. Yeah, you also need to craft everything, so there's a lot of things you can't craft unless you unlock them by leveling up. There are quite a few things you can craft, though, so if you buy the recipes, for instance, and a lot of things you can cook, for instance, that... In fact, I think most recipes you get without having to level up. There are a few that you need, though. Where am I going?
Oh, it's a person.
Hey, Skeleton Crusher. Welcome to the stream. massive points to anyone if you know what that's the alert sound is from. It's a very obscure reference. Maybe not that obscure, but obscure enough that it's unlikely. I remember hearing it and like needing something for my follower alert, and I'm like, oh, that's literally perfect. Come on. Dang it. What are my chances of a golden coconut? Come on. Each coconut is technically 1/10 of a golden coconut anyways, but we like the freebies. Okay, it looks like we were probably just going straight back to the mines here. I don't think I have anything to do today. Let me quickly check. Greenhouse is ready. Nope. I'm sure that to all of you, it's very confusing to see where I'm going with these chests. I sometimes even get confused. Even though I should know them by now. This is somehow the best way to organize everything. I can believe it. Okay. If I have a good day today, I might be able to get finished bone fragments. I usually try to get about 300 to 350 per day. Well, per half day, because I usually come in here around noon. No one here. So I think technically the fastest way to get bone fragments would be to reset the floors over and over again, and then I would waste a lot less time, but it's just so boring. This is so much more fun for me. Oh, come on. I do that a lot. And luck works against you. You get too many ladder spawns. Let's see here. The Curious Hedgehog, thank you for the follow. Just resetting the same floor over and over again would be pretty boring. I understand when it needs to be done in like a challenge run that requires like a time limit, but for my purposes, I don't technically have a time limit. I have as much time as I need. Yes, I am getting every single artisan good, which does include a wine and juice of every single crop. So, for instance, something like green beans has a juice and a pickle. So yes, I have the green beans, I have the juice and the pickle. Luckily, I'm done with most of that stuff already. There's just wild plums really left as far as things that can be juiced, and well, wined in that case, and Fiddlehead Ferns, which is a whole nother topic of itself, but eventually that'll be done. Let's see. Ilori, oh gosh. Iloriri. Words are hard. Anyways, you're asking what percentage of the way am I through? By total numbers, I am, oh, I can't do my animation canceling. Ooh. Gotta practice that when I can. By total numbers, I am 82% done, meaning I have 82% of the numbers. Can I knock it out of here? There we go. I have 82% of the items that I need, but that's not a fair representation, because most of the items I already got are the easier items, so I'm down to the much harder ones. I would guess by time, I'm pretty close to 50% of the way done, maybe. The last few items, it's kind of hard to quantify how much time that's going to take, because a lot of it's just sleeping. I'm about 50% done with the reasonable part of the run, might be a good way to put it. Yeah, exactly. That's part of the reason I keep it interesting. If I ever start getting bored with this run, it's going to be really hard to continue, but like I said, I kind of use it to relax. It's like a nice after-work thing, run a few days, I can think about other stuff. In this case, now I can stream, too, at the same time and talk with a bunch of people. So that's a good way to view it, I think. It's kind of just like a relaxing thing I get to do. Awesome, Jublight. Thank you. Glad to see you as well. I'm glad that so many people are interested. I was a little worried, like, how many people are actually, like, interested in Stardew, like, outside of a casual sense. I know there's quite a few, because I know a bunch of people watch Habu and Cord and a few other people on Twitch, but this is a very different kind of run, you know? It's like it's almost like a casual challenge run. The playing part is casual, the actual planning and everything is anything but. So it's kind of like a different sort of thing. So it's only 6:30 p.m. Still got a lot of time. Oh, yes. So Audrey, I found out last year that opening the treasure troves takes a lot of time. A lot longer than I thought it would. So what I think I'm doing is once per year, probably in late December, I'm just opening all the treasure troves I got that year. And that way, I'm only really doing like a stack per year. And then it doesn't feel so bad. It's still like a 30-minute endeavor of me just clicking. But it's not horrible, I guess would be the best way to put it. If I try to open 20 stacks of them at a time, I will actually be there for like 6 hours. So, and God forbid my game crashes or something. That would just be the worst. So I think opening them about a stack at a time works pretty well. I had about 800 last year, and I imagine I'll have a similar amount this year. Lots of bats today. Yeah, luckily, it's a slot machine that's even, so I will have to open 27 stacks of treasure troves, but I've already done about 2 stacks worth. And over that many different treasure troves, it'll even out. So I should get about a stack of each. I might have to open a few more just to even some stuff out, but hopefully not. Hopefully everything will be done by the time I get there. Oops. The alien scarecrows too. I have resolved myself to not gamble and just buy all the money I need, or all the casino tokens I need, which works out to about 100,000. I'm sorry, did I say 100,000? 100 million. 100 million Stardew money. And that sounds like a lot, but I need 1 billion already for my Statues of Endless Fortune. I can't get out of here without using the pick. So I've just resolved myself to make an extra 100 million and buy them all. I'm not going to cheat the casino. I know there are ways to cheat blackjack. I've decided against using them because they require the predictor. Yes, I do love watching when like Habu does his money challenge runs, and he's making like 100 million gold in a year almost. I think Cord actually did one where he managed to get like 92 million gold in a year. It's so much resetting, you know? It's like if you don't get the perfect day, you have to do it over again, and that's fine because you're trying to be the best at that thing ever. This one I feel like is much more, I guess, laid back. Like I said earlier, it's like a casual challenge run. The planning is the hard part. The actual going through with it is kind of straightforward. Let me get some water. Oh, no problem, Saphira. I'm glad you could join me for this time we have. Normally I only stream for about 2 hours, because like I said, it's like my after work relax time, but we'll see how things go today. If I still got people popping in and out for a while, I might just keep going. But I was glad to have you here, and everyone, even the lurkers that are here right now, it's really good to have you watching. It's just nice to share this with someone. It's kind of like a passion thing for me, so it's cool that so many people are interested. Foolish happy. Whose emote is that? It looks like a Tushi emote. Tushi's actually the reason I got started being interested in challenge runs of Stardew Valley. He was doing like a few million gold in 1 year challenge run or something like that. I watched him all the way through, and it was really fun. I mean, I was already doing this challenge run at that time, but like interested in watching other people do challenge runs is probably the best way to put it. And that's how I found like Habu and Cord and all the other 2 crew people. It's been pretty much that's what I've been watching on Twitch for a while now. Pretty much since Stardew Valley came out, although the content I watched at first was more like Dangerously's Funnies videos on Stardew, which I'm sure everyone's watched because they're so popular. Challenge run content, probably for the last 2 years or so. I've been subscribed to Habu for about a year now, but I've been watching him for a while before that. It's kind of hard to remember exactly why I started, / when I started. It was well before the Cup, though, and things like that. I've been watching them for a while before that. It was really exciting to hear that they were doing a Stardew Valley Cup and everything like that. And I learned of a bunch of Stardew Valley content creators I didn't even know about from the Cup. I was like, how are they going to do a Cup with 16 people? Are there even that many content creators? And it turns out there are. There's a lot more that didn't even get to be in the first Cup. So I really hope they do that again, because it's really cool to see. Yeah, I agree, Audrey. Especially with, I don't want to call it like the rise, but with Unsurpassable Z starting making all these like content videos, and now Gug has come up from being like a relatively small channel, and then like the last few months, he's like skyrocketed in people watching him. It's great to see there's so many different kinds of Stardew content being made. Really? That's one way to get it, to kill him. Yeah, sorry. I'll catch up on a lot of people just talked all this. Oh, did ContraPoint stream Stardew Valley? I'll have to watch that. I never realized that she did. That's awesome. Yeah, I love watching her video essays. They're incredible. Oh yeah, no problem. I hope your doctor's appointment goes well. I'll see you later, Abby. Okay. Exciting, fresh ideas. Yeah, Z has come up with so many cool ideas. Like, I never thought I would enjoy watching a Stardew Valley Kahoot. Z somehow makes them really enjoyable somehow. It's like, oh, yeah, the Kahoot, the thing that I use for my students to remember material, that'll be fun to watch. Turns out, yes, it's very enjoyable because you can just have ridiculous questions. I'm so bad at, like, knowing very, very minimal things. I do so bad at those Kahoots. I feel like, oh, I should know everything about this game because I do every single part of it to get all these items, but turns out, no, I know very little, apparently. I know where this goes. There it is. Okay, I'll have to look for that Lup the Lup. That sounds really enjoyable. You know what? Now that you mention it, I remember seeing, like, clips of her playing. I remember them being pretty funny. So maybe I will actually go ahead and watch that when I have some time. Okay, on to Thursday. Thursday is a very important day because that's the day we get our magic rock candy. And every time we forget to do that, it takes us another week to finish magic rock candy because you can only get one per week. There was a time in this game when you could buy unlimited magic rock candy, but that time has passed. There's actually quite a few items that have gotten that treatment. That you used to be able to buy an infinite amount of them, now you can't anymore. Omnis is one of them, for instance. Now, you used to be able to just buy Omni Geodes, and now you can't anymore. And when that happened, like, suddenly everything cost Omnis, so that was definitely an intentional design choice by CA, which I actually kind of appreciate, because it makes it a little bit more interesting. Because if I could just buy Omni Geodes, I would just be making money, right? It's more interesting that I have to lay out all these statues of Endless Fortune, get all these Omni Geodes. Another one is coconuts. That one I'm less appreciative of, because I would very much like to buy all the golden coconuts I need, rather than scavenge for them for years and years. But at the same time, I totally get it. It makes sense that you can't buy coconuts, because then really you'd just be able to buy golden coconuts, which I'm sure is not what Concerned Ape wanted. He made a few other ways to get coconuts now, too. Now it's not just the desert, we have the island. I wish there was a better way to farm them. Like, if I could plant coconut trees on the island, I feel like that would be just the right amount. I could just put a whole bunch of trees there. It'd still take a while, but I could actually get coconuts and not just have to forge them. Oh, we have to do here. We go here. Right. Actually, almost done with Aged Row for Sunfish and Brain. Be this pass and one more. And I won't use the shed for another forever. It'll still be a long time before I have to use the shed again.
Oh, it's a person.
Hard to read. Work on that text. Elliot, thanks for the follow. Welcome. I guess a bunch of streamers kind of have like names for their their groups. Maybe I should try and come up with one. I'm not gonna butcher your name. I apologize. Is it Magprigil or Magprigi? I'm sorry about that. I am really bad with phonetic pronunciation. I think I have like a small amount of dyslexia. I don't know if that's actually accurate. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but sometimes it's really hard for me to understand what words are saying.
It's a person.
But thanks for the follow. Same with you, Eladub. Thanks for the good luck, Elliot. Good to see it. Mal per Iggy. Oh wow. I butchered that. Mal per Iggy. Try my best to remember that. Oh yes, Jeep Light. It is like my first 2 months in class. I just constantly mispronounce the students' names. I tell them, please be patient with me. I will get your names right. So now we're a year in, or half a year into the school year, so it's very easy for me. I know all their names now. I have like little pronunciation guides next to their names on my attendance, so I don't forget how to pronounce their names. Yeah, I know that, Crafty. That's kind of what I mean by that. Although I have been tested for it before and nothing came up. But when I have a lot of time to take tests like that, it's very different than when I'm just reading people's names really quickly. I know for a fact that I'm really bad at spelling, though, so I think that kind of plays into it. Yeah. Yeah, I have a very boring name in real life. My name is Ryan, so it's like... Yeah, no one ever mispronounces my name. I don't think I've ever had someone mispronounce my name other than calling me Brian, which happens, unfortunately, quite a bit. It's not when they read my name that they do that, it's just that they hear me say my name and they're like, did you say Brian? I'm like, no, I didn't. Yeah, I took a pretty long test too, Crafty. It was like, it was checking for like all different sorts of, it was like a 3-hour test, checking for basically everything that could be mentally wrong with me. And it turned out I was completely normal according to the test, which I guess is both good, is very good, but it's also like, oh, well, I guess I'm normal. It's kind of hard to feel bad about that. It's like, oh, no, I thought I had this issue, but maybe I don't. Turns out all the problems in my life were my fault, and not because I have some kind of disorder. Not that that's a bad thing, that just means it's fixable. You felt bad for teachers? Oh, yes. Oh, Mia, I have a few trans friends, and I struggle so much. I feel so bad. Like, I honestly do. I'm like, I usually will text them and apologize later. It's like, I am so sorry that yeah. I'm really bad with that. I feel terrible about it because, you know, I'm not like that at all. I don't want them to feel like I'm, like, othering them or something like that. Luckily, most of my friends are really understanding about that sort of thing. You seen from the office is called... Yes, Audrey. Yes, I should have that as a bit reward when I get bit rewards. Yes, I have definitely seen that. I'd have to bleep it out, I think, because technically... Although, I guess I can just change my stream settings so I'm not advertised to kids. I think that would be a good idea, in general. But yes, that scene is very funny in The Office. I haven't seen the whole Office, but I've seen quite a few episodes. And yes, that scene is, like, perfect. That's exactly how I feel a lot of the time. It happens in Starbucks a lot when they used to write your name on the cups. I think they stopped doing that for part of that reason. Just be like, oh yeah, yeah, that's my name. You got it right. Yeah, the evaluations are pretty long. Paid for what, Crafty? Are you talking about the test? I think I paid for it, but I think it was also covered by my insurance. Yeah, it's a great scene, Audrey. Have you watched all of The Office? I know a lot of people have. I'm not a huge sitcom fan. I think like the few sitcoms I liked were Scrubs. I guess Futurama is technically a sitcom. So Futurama. I'm trying to think of some more. The Good Place is a sitcom? I don't think it would be. I really like The Good Place though. Yeah, I can't really think of a whole lot. I watched through all of That 70s Show and I found it really funny. I don't know if it was one of my favorite things ever, but that's definitely a sitcom. Yeah, I actually did it through my university as well. Oh, and then you are actually dyslexic, yeah. It's difficult, like, to deal with that sort of thing for sure. I have a few teacher friends that have that problem. It's like, it's one thing to be dyslexic, but be dyslexic in front of a bunch of students that don't care about your feelings. A whole other thing. I just tell my students up front, I am going to misspell a lot of words, and I'm going to apologize for that now, but... Luckily, I'm a science teacher, not an English teacher, so they don't care so much if I misspell words. Oh, almost forgot. Good thing I remembered. Gotta go here today. I teach 9th graders right now, but I've pretty much taught all high school grades before. I did a little middle school too, but not much. I don't want to go back to middle school. So that's high school in the US. So if you're a UK viewer, that's like, yeah, I don't know the conversion well enough, but it's like the last 4 years of primary school. Yeah, as a teacher, I know a whole lot about like 504s and things along those lines. I don't know about any of it for university though, but I imagine it's there because it would need to be. When I'm done farming bone fragments, I'm going to turn the mines back to the harder mines, and then I can start worrying about Fiddlehead Ferns and hardwood again, I guess would be the best way to put it. I like the harder mines because there's a lot of things I need in them. There's radioactive ore, there's hardwood, there's Fiddlehead Ferns. So I reset the grass floor. It's like, I think 60, 70, before it gets dark, because I don't want to deal with it when it gets darker, because those ghosts spawn that don't let you eat. Really annoying. It's also really hard to see. And I'm been intermittently going into Skull Caverns. Whenever I get a danger in the deep quest that makes the Skull Caverns harder, I'll basically spend the entire week farming up Skull Caverns for bat wings mostly, and also radioactive ore and whatever else I can get. Slime is a big one that comes out of that. Whoops. Bench sit. I upgraded this recently, and now pretty much every single time that I go by the bench, I sit in it. Right now I teach Earth Science, which is essentially just kind of like the different systems on Earth. Things like tectonic plates and weather, and right now we're learning about climate change. Actually, we just finished our unit on climate change. Right now we're learning about trash. So strangely appropriate. Alright, get 3 of these. Let's put this back to lungs. I got my degree in physics, so that's really what I want to teach, but physics isn't everything, so I've taught biology before. There's a surprising amount of physics in biology, and I like to highlight those parts because it's my favorite part. Yeah, the hardcore mines probably won't be today. Let's actually take a look at how close we are. Oh, maybe. Hold on. So that's 87 right there. Oh, that's enough. Look at that. Maybe we'll switch right now. Well, it won't be until tomorrow, but... So I like I like to grab this, so I don't accidentally make more. There, 999. Beautiful. Arrow, thank you for the follow. Yes, I do have 999 of all the trash items. I can show you real quick. They're over in this guy here. I have a little bit more than 999 of some of them. So the Jojo Cola, Bargain newspaper. Here's a really fun one. It was in the interview with Gug, but there's actually 2 types of rotten plants. They have exactly the same name, but a different sprite. So I had to make sure to get both of them. This one in particular is pretty rare. How does that? So weird. Because they have the same name, they don't, like, stack together. They do this weird kind of thing. Smarty Pants, I'll let science talk. Yeah, that's what I went to school for, so I love talking about science. It's among my top things for sure. I like physics a lot personally, mostly because it's just math plus. Yeah, the nice thing about physics is it's very straightforward. If you understand the equations, it all makes sense very quickly. Things like biology, there's a lot more wiggle room, is probably the best way to put it, and a lot more memorization of just some like things that you know. The thing I like about physics is there's really no memorization. That's kind of why we let people use their equations on the test. It's all about understanding how the equations work together and actually come to like understand, like, you throw a ball, what's it gonna do? Well, if you have the equation in front of you, you should be able to work that out. That's what we care about in physics. We don't care about if you memorize the equation. Yeah. Math was something I had to teach myself, pretty much. Leaving high school, I was bad at school in general, so I didn't know any math. So I basically taught all the math to myself, and just took a few classes in community college, mostly like the calculus classes, the stuff I really couldn't teach myself. And then I applied to a university by me for physics, and now I'm teaching. That was a few years that I skipped over. Yeah, those other rotten plants don't come up very often. There's a very complicated and annoying equation. Blade helped me out with it, actually, on the Dukru Discord, to figure out like what days they would appear on. So it's kind of random, but the other one appears a lot more. The one with the little tail on the top of it appears a lot more often than the other one. I don't know why there's two types of rotten plants. My guess is that CA came up with two sprites, and he's like, oh yeah, I could use both of them. Yes, quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is definitely something. Let's see how far along this is. Okay, it's not ready to go yet. Yes, quantum mechanics and all that space stuff is what got me into physics in the first place. And it's still my favorite part for sure, but I found out that, oh yeah, all of it's kind of like this. You just have to look at it more carefully. It's very easy to see why space science is cool, right? It's very easy to just like, oh, this is a picture of a black hole, like the one that came out recently. It's very simple to see why that's enjoyable to understand the science of. It's a little harder to explain why electricity is really cool, mostly because it's really hard to understand. And yes, quantum mechanics is really hard to understand too, but there's a few parts of it. Did this just appear right after the other one? I should just keep this on. Oh, and now it just disappeared. You know what? It's just trolling me. That's fine. Quantum mechanics is really hard to understand, but there's a few like things about it that it's kind of like easy to look at the like the conclusions of it and be like, oh, that is really cool. So that's one of the things that gets people really interested in quantum mechanics. But to actually understand how it works, you need to understand calculus and differential equations a lot. And I'm going to be honest, I don't even fully understand a lot of that. Kind of like general relativity, you need to understand like matrices, multiplication, and tensors, and a lot of stuff that I don't even really fully understand. I can talk all day about special relativity, but general relativity is a whole other thing. Am I gonna get a golden coconut today? Not looking likely. It's supposed to be a 1 in 10 chance, but it never feels like it. Hate math so much, so I went to law school. I considered law school at points, but I just don't really think I have the charisma, or at least like the ability to put up a confident enough shell to be a lawyer. You know, there's just so much. I mean, from what I've learned from other things, there's a lot more like discovery and stuff behind the scenes. But there's just so much of like being in front of in very important scenarios. I feel like I just screw that up. Having said that, I guess I am a teacher, but I don't know. There's something different about teaching, I feel like, compared to being a lawyer. There's not so much on the line when you're a teacher. If I make a mistake teaching, it's like, oh, I guess I just have to teach that again later. If you make a mistake as a lawyer, it's like, well, you've lost that client, or even worse, like someone goes to jail that shouldn't have. Obviously, you can appeal and stuff, but oh, that just makes me nervous. Haunted Chocolatier. Yes, I'm very excited for that. I'm probably going to be excited for whatever Concerned Ape does for the rest of his life. Because I love this game so much. So I will definitely play Haunted Chocolatier. Maybe if I even get enough of a following, I'll play it on stream for the first time. That sounds like fun. I don't know enough about the game to tell you if I could challenge run it like I challenge run this game. Maybe it won't even be that similar of a game to Stardew. The sprite art looks kind of similar, but I imagine the gameplay is going to be quite different. It probably might not even be like an open world simulation game. It might be a little bit more restricted. Again, we don't know that much about it yet, so hard to tell. Did you stream earlier in the day? So on Saturdays, probably I would, but unfortunately right now I have a full-time job, so on the weekdays I am, until 4 o'clock Eastern, I'm basically not home, so it's impossible for me to stream. Sometimes I'll have breaks, and over the summer, since I'm a teacher, I have the summers off for the most part. I'll probably stream during the day. Have to consider what that's going to look like. Kind of off topic. Any advice for people who are starting this challenge? If you do want to do this challenge, I'd recommend like copying my strategies. I hate to say like I'm the authority on this, but I have done a lot of thinking about this, and it'll save you a lot of heartache. If you go below my stream, there's a little thing that says 999 challenge, and if you click on the banner, it will take you to a spreadsheet, and you can actually make a copy of that spreadsheet. Yeah, my other advice would be don't. It's definitely a long challenge. But if you do want to subject yourself to it, you can make a copy of that spreadsheet. If you've ever used Google Docs before, you just go to the top file, make a copy, and then if you just erase all of the raw goods, it will just make a zeroed out spreadsheet that's ready to go, and you can fill in things as you get them. I usually only fill in things once per year. So basically, on spring 1st of every year, I'll just go in, fill out all the stuff that I updated that year. It's gotten a lot easier every single year now that I've finished more and more things. There's less stuff to fill out. Oh, I totally forgot. Bam the Best, thank you for the follow. Okay, we are gonna go... Oh! Interesting. We are done with bone fragments. I totally forgot. So we are actually gonna go to the bottom of the mines and switch it for the harder mines tomorrow.
Oh, it's a person.
Koala Katie Pie, welcome to the stream. See, it's nice when people have names that are just single words in order. Makes it a lot easier. Is there anything you've regretted during the challenge? Yes. So this is my first save file ever, right? So this is the first time I ever played Stardew Valley was on this file. So the legendary fish, like the legend and all the other ones, I sold those. And I really regret that because now I don't have them. They don't stack, so technically they're not a part of the challenge, but it feels weird to have like such a completionist game and not have those legendary fish. I'm sure I used the money for something good. Turn on. So it won't be ready until tomorrow, but that's fine because I can something else for the moment. So that is one of the things I definitely regretted during the challenge. Other things that I regretted are things that I could not have planned out because I didn't have the foresight to know about them. So for instance, I would have loved to have bought a lot of Omni Geodes and coconuts before they became impossible to buy infinitely. That would have been great. If I had bought like 10 stacks of coconuts, I'd pretty much be close to done with golden coconuts at this point. But I don't have that kind of foresight. I didn't know he was going to change that. One of the things that he did notify the community that he was going to change, I think it was 1.2, he told everyone that he was going to make things more expensive, like the wood, stone, and a bunch of the ores that you can buy from Clint. And when he did that, I actually went and bought a lot of that stuff before he made that change. I like saved up a lot of money and actually bought as much as I could. And that was a good choice because it saved me a lot of money in the long run. Where are we going? We're going to 50 now. So what I'm doing now is, since I don't have a lot of time in the day, kind of hard to do much else, I'm going to bomb the mines. Oops. This. Oh, the music right now is just, I've got a YouTube video open of the soundtrack. I'm just playing that right now, because I believe Habu said it best. This game has really great music, but it just doesn't play it enough. So there'll just be long stretches of silence without music. And CA has said multiple times on record that he's completely fine with you using the soundtrack music when you're streaming any game, not just Stardew Valley. And it's a lot easier than curating a playlist of music that I like that's also copyright free. I've considered doing it, but it's like so hard to find songs that both I would enjoy listening to and that like people on stream would enjoy listening to. Whereas the Stardew Valley soundtrack is both already. People are already here for Stardew, so I assume they like the music. Yeah. So it's like a 3-hour loop, the video is, so there's plenty of songs. But eventually maybe I will look into some other ways to do music. I know Lee Chat, who's another Stardew Valley streamer, has a very nice curated playlist of music. It's like video game music that's copyright free. Maybe I'll look into that. Yeah, because Concerned Ape said it was fine, but you can use the music in anything. So it's really good music, so it's great to use in a whole bunch of different scenarios. And he has complete control over that too, because he wrote the music. And composed it, I'm pretty sure, too. It's awesome. One thing I'm not very good at, well, I'm not good at a lot of things, but one thing I know I'm not very good at is both making and like interpreting music. I just know that this sounds good, and so I enjoy listening to it. I don't really try to think about it too much. So the reason I'm bombing the mines over and over again is mostly because of this dwarf gadget thing here. You need 999 of them, first of all, to have a stack, and then another stack of them to make the farm computers. So I'll get one stack from opening the treasure troves, because they drop out of that, but I need the other stack, so this is the best way I could come up with to get another stack of dwarf computers. Luckily, at the same time, this also has a chance of dropping those strange dolls, like the pink one and the green one. Although only the pink one can drop on this floor, and that's one of the only ways to get them. Okay, so Jeep Light, yes, Fallout New Vegas. I used to do a whole bunch of challenge runs. I still do. I've got one still going that I've never actually quite finished. I mentioned one earlier, but I'll mention first of all, like, I did a explosive only run, which is very hard in the early game and very fun in the late game. You basically just, once you get like Mercy and a few other of like the explosive weapons, you can just completely destroy like anything. As a recommendation, never play that hardcore because the ammo capacity is much lower. But if you play it in not hardcore, it's like you can carry as much explosive stuff as you want, pretty much. I also did an unarmed only run of New Vegas, and that was really fun. I wouldn't call those particularly hard. They're just really fun. One of the harder runs I did was I tried to do a eat everyone run, which basically means I take the cannibal perk as early as I can, and I try to eat every named character in the game. I had to give up on that one because I played as a woman, because I'm like, oh, that'll be fun, I'll play as a woman just for the heck of it. And it turns out that if you're a female character, there's a few extra characters you can't meet. So how's that for sexism? So if you can't meet the characters, you can't eat them. So you'd have to play as a male character to get the maximum amount of characters you can eat. It's just a fun thing to say, isn't it? Yes, I'm trying to eat every character in the game. Still, I made like a huge list. I do it as a spreadsheet now because it would be easier to share with people, but I just basically wrote it on paper. I actually might have it right here.
Person.
Meow, thank you for the follow. Let's see if I can find this really quick, because that'll be pretty cool. I bet I sound really different back here because I'm behind my microphone.
Oh, it's a person.
Let's see. Is Iron What? Thank you for the follow. So much D&D here. God, it's all D&D stuff. I know I kept these where I put them. Yeah, I don't see them anywhere right now. I'd have to find them. But basically, I had like 5 pieces of lined paper just full of names of people I ate in Fallout New Vegas, which is must be a very strange thing to find if you ever find it in someone's room. Yeah. Yeah, now I would definitely do a spreadsheet. I didn't even know, well, I knew what Excel was, but I had no idea how to use it back then. Hey look, it's one of the green strange dolls. Don't need them. And they have a very low chance of appearing, but I need a full stack of them, so... And they don't drop from the artifact troves. Yeah, I just like back then I didn't like spreadsheets, right? They look like, oh, that's work, but now it's like, oh, they're great. I can do so many things. About to run out of bombs here. Probably buy some. Luckily the dwarf never stopped selling stuff. Oh, I want that. Need you. Alright, Lupthulup, thanks for joining me today. It's great to have so many people watching. You have a good day. Ah. I've actually died doing this bombing before. Take quite a lot of damage from these bombs, and if you don't outrun them, you can pretty easily just off yourself when they catch up to you. Come back here. Why did I just... Okay, never mind. I got distracted thinking about something, and I'm like, oh, I have to clear out this floor. Nope, nope, I just need to... Only have 11 bombs. I gotta spread them out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoops. I'll put that there. Nothing important.
Oh, it's a person.
Oh, Jalen, are you the editor? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I apologize for having to make you cut probably so many rambling tangents I went on. Thank you for editing the video, though. That's awesome. Let me get rid of... let's get rid of... I don't need that. Oh, I can control shift click now and buy a whole bunch at a time. Ooh, be careful not to run out of money though. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the interview. I'm glad everyone is enjoying the interview. I always worry when I do stuff like that, like, did I ramble too much? I am obviously pretty passionate about this, and I just feel like, yeah, I just kept talking. And that takes care of most of those. Let's put this thing back on. Yeah, I've got so much game knowledge of this game just like stored in my head somewhere because I've been playing it so much. It's like so many weird intricacies that you run into with a run like this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm a little low on money, so I'm just gonna collect these really quick and sell them. Just in case I need to buy something soon.
Oh, it's a person.
Carrots Beach, thanks for the follow. So Jeep Light, yes, there were a lot of things that got harder. The pond was definitely one of the things that made it easier. Hey Carrot, welcome. So the fish pond made it so I didn't have to fish for every single one. I still will have to fish for tiger trout, which is another one of those weird points of knowledge, because they don't actually breed in the fish ponds. So I will need to get a full stack of them that way, just by fishing. The other thing that became easier were Fiddlehead Ferns, was one of the big ones. So Fiddlehead Ferns used to only spawn in the secret woods, and basically I could get at most like 17 a year. If I got lucky, like up to 20 a year. I'd go like to the forest every single day to try and make sure that I had enough room for all of them to spawn, and it would still like at most 20 a year. Luckily, CA, I think he kind of noticed that it was really hard to get Fiddlehead Ferns, and he actually added a few more ways to get them. One of them is the dinosaur floors on Skull Caverns. They almost always have at least one on there. And another thing is the jungle in oh goodness, where is it? The jungle on Ginger Island. Occasionally will have them. It seems like they're very rare in that jungle, though. I don't know why. I'll get like one a month only, which is a little annoying. Hey, Iron, what? Came straight for the interview. About your run. Okay, so you've heard about the run before. That's interesting. I've only really ever talked about it on like the Do Crew Discord, and like occasionally in some other random things, I think. But if you've heard about it before, that's pretty cool. There's actually, very interestingly, about half a month ago or so, someone made a post on the Stardew Valley Reddit about doing this exact same challenge, and it wasn't me. It was like my heart sank at first. I was like, oh my gosh. So, did I post this? Did I like forget? No, someone else had done it. I talked with them a bit, like in that thread, and they're a little bit behind me for sure. But it's really cool to see that other people thought of the same idea independently. Motivation. Oh, absolutely, Jalen. So basically, this whole challenge, I've been doing it for like 4 years, right? I'll play like a lot for like a year, and then for the next year, I'll only play like a few times over the whole course of the year. It just kind of depends on like my mood at the time. Like over winter, like right after I did my interview with Gug, actually, like we did it back at the end of November, I think, somewhere around there. Yeah, it's only coming out now too, which is insane. But I had winter break like right after it, and I didn't touch Stardew Valley during that time. I played a bunch of modded Skyrim. I modded Skyrim for the first time, and that was quite an experience. That's pretty much what I did for my entire winter break, constantly. So yeah, if I lose motivation, I usually just do something else for a while, and this always creeps up in the back of my head, and like, oh, I haven't played in a while, I wonder if I can do this or this faster. It's kind of like always taking up some of my headspace. Oh, I don't think he'd ever do that. He'd probably never make this a requirement. First of all, he'd probably have to change some things to make it a requirement, like make the T-set achievable in some manner other than this. He actually did make some changes that kind of felt like they were nudging in the right direction for this challenge, which I thought was kind of funny. Although they have other reasons for existing. The rare crows, for instance, it used to be the case for a lot of the rare crows that you could only ever get one of them. Now you can get an infinite amount of them. Some of them only once per year, of course. So that seemed like a change that was like, oh, so if you want to get like, a stack of these, now it's possible. Oh goodness. Kodazi? I'm gonna go with Kodazi. Thank you for the follow. If I got that wrong, just make sure you tell me that I'm an idiot in chat, and I will gladly correct it for you. Yeah. I have not 100%ed this game as far as achievements go. First of all, I've never actually done the JoJo route. Despite, does this pop up my Steam stuff? No, it doesn't pop up on stream. But yeah, I do not have the Joja achievement. Is one of the things. And then I've never actually beaten Prairie King. Not even without dying. I've never actually beaten Prairie King at all. I've tried a few times and I've just given up. It's not a game that I'm good at all. Golden pumpkins, surprisingly, aren't a pain. They used to be a pain. It used to be the case that I was going to have to go every single year to go through things. But now they drop from artifact troves, and I need 999 items from all the other things in there anyways. So it's still a pain, but not nearly as much of a pain as it used to be. Yeah, so I actually got about 10 golden pumpkins stacked up before I started doing that, but now I've got almost 100 from the artifact troves. Koduzai. That's probably worse. Koduzai. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you liked the video. Oh, I have a funny story about pumpkins, actually. Oh yeah, pearls. Surprisingly, with blobfish ponds, pearls actually went pretty quick. I finished up my blobfish ponds, and I had like 100 pearls at the end of it, because they occasionally drop from them. A funny story about just regular pumpkins, though. You need them to make jack-o'-lanterns, which then turn into the rotten, what do you call it? Rotten plants. So I had to, like, make a whole bunch... First of all, I didn't know how the rotten plants worked. I kept on testing things, and I didn't test them in, like, Snappy or something like I should have. I tested them in-game, which means only once per year could I, like, see how the rotten plants are made. So eventually I just gave up and asked Blade, and he, like, looked into the code, and it turns out the rotten plants have a very strange equation for how they're made. But basically, I had to make a whole bunch of extra regular pumpkins in order to make the jack-o'-lanterns to make the rotten plants. It's a very convoluted thing. But yeah, that's my pumpkin story. So there was a time when I was finished with pumpkins, and then suddenly realized, oh wait, I'm not finished with pumpkins. I need to make a whole bunch more. That's actually happened a few times. Things like coconuts I was done with for years in this game. I was like, oh, I have a stack of coconuts. I don't need to worry about it anymore. That's like, oh, suddenly you need a lot more coconuts now that 1.5 is out. Audrey, honestly, that's a good question. I don't know why I buy the iridium sprinklers anymore. I don't need them. Especially now with my money as low as it is. I'll get some more money in a few days here, but I really shouldn't be buying them. It's just a habit, I guess. Originally, I was just going to buy them all, but I had so much extra iridium and so many extra batteries once I got solar panels. I was just like, okay, I'll just make them. And so I did. And now I just keep buying them out of habit. Yes, I'm propping up his failing business model of having a store in a sewer only I can access. Don't worry, Krobus, you're doing a great job. Let me just make sure you stay in business. Okay, let's see here. It's Friday, so I have to actually go south today. I have considered that, Audrey. I think what I've decided that I'm going to do at the very end of the challenge is I'm gonna pretty up my farm, and I'm gonna kind of like make a museum for all of the items. So I'll have like a shed for each type of item. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
Oh, it's a person.
Alright, sorry about that. Ooh, fancy music to bring me back. I just got a phone call really quick. Can I deal with that? Starfruit. Ooh, that's something I need. It's gotten more and more that I really don't need the traveling cart. I have to check every single time because there's some things I can only get from the traveling cart. Oh yeah, so Audrey, I was talking about, like, I'm considering, like, making a museum, sort of. So basically clearing out my farm and putting up sheds and decorating them to the theme of the items I've got in there. And just basically, maybe putting up the file so people can download it and, like, walk through. I don't know, Zach. I don't think I'm quite famous yet. Good to see you, though. Yeah. Unfortunately, Audrey, the only thing it needs me to do is be good at decorating, which I'm unfortunately not very good at. So we'll see how far I get in that project. I'll probably be so, well, maybe not bored, but I'll be so looking for stuff to do at the end that maybe I'll actually teach myself how to decorate well. Oh, I missed Gem. Gem, thank you for the follow. Right, I was on the phone. Howdy music. How's it going? I like playing out my roots. Where do I keep my truffles? I think I should know that they're there. Gotten a truffle in a while. I haven't needed to worry about it. Now that I've said that, I'm sure Concerned Ape is gonna add some reason to need truffles again. I'll have to get pigs again and make space for them. I know what I'm doing. There we go. Alright, so it is a Friday. Let's see. Starfruit ready? Okay, so the starfruit should be ready tomorrow. Double check just to make sure. Been wrong before. Yeah, so those should be ready tomorrow. Collect those. Yeah, I think I overestimated how many Fiddlehead Ferns this jungle makes. I almost never see them. It's like literally once a month. So the reason I walk through there instead of going down, which is objectively the closer way to go, is because I have a chance of getting a Fiddlehead Fern if I go that way. But maybe I should only do it once a week. Still looking for ways to optimize things. Oh yeah, so music, I love this game, so part of the reason why I'm doing this challenge in the first place is because I ran out of things to do, and I was like, I need to do more. So it's like, I came up with some other interesting challenge runs at first, like completing the community center in 1 year, which obviously was not an original idea. I never actually did that though, because I came up with this idea and I was like, oh, this is perfect, this lets me play the game basically forever. Of course, when I came up with the idea, it was actually a lot easier to do it because there was a lot less items and a lot less items that stacked at the time. But now I'm still working on it, so yeah. I guess it's kind of like a thing that it's kind of about how you look at it. Excuse the stammering. No, I kind of see this as a way for me to relax. Like, I know it doesn't seem like it's a relaxing thing, but for me, it's like I already know what I'm going to do pretty much every day. I just kind of have to think it through slightly. So it's kind of like going through the motions. And doing this stream is like a way to relax while talking with other people, for the most part. Although right now, I don't feel super relaxed, because this is my first time with this many viewers. Yeah, I found myself watching people play Stardew a lot more than I play Stardew now, too. It's kind of weird. Oh, okay, so we, I forgot today is the Harder Minds Day, so we get to go to the Harder Minds. I haven't done it in a while, so I'm gonna be really rusty.
Oh, it's a person.
Hey, thanks for the follow, music. Yeah, I probably do it about equal amounts at this point. Oh god, I don't remember the floor. Is it? No, okay, so it must be floor 40. How long it's been since I've been mining bone fragments. Yeah, this is right. Okay. Oh my god, they don't die in one hit. I imagine I probably have more hours playing the game, but I also didn't start watching people play Stardew until like 2, maybe 2.5 years ago. Oh, there's a Fiddlehead Fern. Let's not lose that. But who knows? Because I've left on Habu stream for a long time before. Well, I'm also playing Stardew, so it's kind of hard to measure that sort of thing. Thank you. Yeah. I did a lot of legwork because I knew that Gug was going to release his video, and I wanted to be like, oh, I have a competent-looking stream when people show up, you know? Like, I actually did something, you know? I've got these nice little banners and everything. I actually went to Fiverr, because someone told me that was a good place to go for people to do banners and stuff. I have zero artistic talent, so I was just like, hey, you make banners. Can you make pretty Stardew banner for me? They were like, yeah. It worked out really nicely. Yeah. Maybe nervous is the wrong word. I'm just like, you know, it feels like I have to be really careful about what I say, and, you know, because I'm not really used to streaming in front of this many people. So I'm just kind of being cautious about the kind of things I'm saying. So it's a little less relaxing than it would be like if I was just playing by myself. It's not to say it isn't relaxing though. Having a good time for sure. It's good to talk to everyone. I'm glad so many people were interested. Yeah, I really like how the overlay turned out. And I also really like these.
Oh, it's a person.
Surpassable Dev, thank you for the follow. Uh-oh. The dog's barking. Hopefully that doesn't show up on there. So like this here, these look so nice. Got the little Krobus statue on there. The BRB, and I really like the ending stream one because it's got the little Junomo on it. It's so cute. So those are all really cool. I'm glad I got those made. Don't you cancel me, Zach. Oh, thanks for joining us, Surpassable Dev. Yeah, we're just chilling out here, collecting a whole lot of items. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Yeah, my main thing about being nervous about the video was just like, are that many people actually going to care about this ridiculous challenge run? Or is it going to be more of like just like, oh, yeah, this guy's doing this, that's kind of cool, I guess. But I'm glad to see so many people are actually asking questions and are interested. Because this is something that, like, it's really hard for me to explain this to people who haven't played Stardew before. To them, it's just like, I don't get any of this. Like, even my sister who plays Stardew Valley, she plays, like, really casually, I guess is probably not the best way to put it, but she just doesn't understand what it means to, like, collect all these things. Dang it, we gotta go to floor. Understanding how difficult / rewarding this is requires like a lot of knowledge of Stardew, which a lot of people just don't have. But I guess people who watch Walligug probably have a lot more of it because he points out so many obscure things in his videos. Oh, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry to make you late for whatever you were working on. Yes, the propeller hat. I was so happy to see it. I can actually kind of line myself up with it a little bit. Yes, that was so cute. I love that that's there. Yeah, basically, the girl on Fiverr, I can't remember her name. It started with a J, but I just gave her a bunch of assets from Stardew, which you can get straight from the wiki. And I let her use whichever one she thought would look good. And yeah, it turned out really well. Yeah, I figured that would be the case, because it's like, there's so many interesting things about this run, but it's like hard to explain it if you don't have like half a PhD in Stardew, you know? Which not that many people have. There's a bunch of blank spaces on the overlay. Kind of hard for me to show where they are, because they're technically not on my screen. But like, they're right here, basically. And I'm going to leave those open and probably put some stuff on there later, maybe like goals or like what am I working on right now, so people can show up. And then there's one space on the other side back here, and I haven't decided what I want to do with that yet. I think I put this, so that's on there. If you see that like 999 with the thing, but I don't know how Nightbot works yet, so I haven't set any commands to that. So eventually I'll probably put like an FAQ on there, so people, and a link to the spreadsheet, so people can easily get to that if they want to. But I have to figure out how to use Nightbot first. Yeah, I think that would be a cool idea. Just like have a picture of what I'm working on, and maybe like a counter, like I am like this percent done with it. I think that'd be really fun to have something like that, so that people who are just joining the stream first time can kind of, you know, catch up without having to ask a bunch of questions. Yeah, I feel like I'm being really slow right now in these mines. I just haven't done them in so long. I think last time I came down here I had shaving on my axe, so it went a lot slower, but those go pretty quick when you have Swift. I guess I can learn how to animation cancel better, and maybe switch back to shaving so I get more hardwood. But that's a goal for another time. Patricia, thank you for the follow. I assume it's pronounced Patricia.
Oh, it's a person.
Zozar, thank you for the follow. Again, maximum points to anyone that can figure out what that's from. It's a very obscure reference. Maybe not that obscure, though. It's a pretty popular thing, but it's really hard to tell it's from that thing. I'm trying to be as vague as possible to not give it away. I hate these dark floors. It's so hard to see. I don't think there's a brightness setting on Stardew either. Which I guess it's kind of cheating to turn up your brightness, but I do it in Minecraft, so... You select those. Doesn't matter. Once I become affiliate, I also kind of have some plans for bit donations, some pretty fun things we can do with those, and the channel points. I've got like a shed. I don't know if any of you saw it, all of you saw it, but it's like where I keep the few preserve jars I still need on my farm. And it'd be fun to have like a channel point thing where you could like make me recolor it to whatever colors you want. You might have noticed it's like a complete disarray of colors. It'd be fun to like go paint that whenever someone asks. Just keep on changing the colors of it. Alright, Audrey. I was glad to have you here. It's good talking to you. You have a great day. Have a good dinner. Hope you're having something good. I'm eventually going to have dinner here myself, but I've got another hour or so in me. Maybe even a little longer. There we go. I think I'm speeding up a little bit. Not really seeing many Fiddlehead Ferns. I don't think the amount of Fiddlehead Ferns has anything to do with luck. Well, I mean, I guess it does have to do with luck, because I get lucky whether I have them or not. But it doesn't have anything to do with, like, the luck buffs. I think it's just completely random. Almost time to go. Not from the stream, just to bed. In game. Alright, I need a slight readjustment here. Keep scooting forward. It's super easy to miss the Fiddlehead Ferns on this floor too. Oh, probably shouldn't die. That seems like it would be detrimental to goals. I should probably just go back actually. Okay. Let's empty our inventory so we don't wake up with the inventory full of junk. Seven Fiddleheads is pretty good. I think that is by far the best way to get Fiddlehead Ferns. I can usually get about 5 to 10 a day. I need a lot of them still. I got the 1 stack at least. Still missing it. Be cool if you could hotkey that button. I think that would save me some time. Okay. Go off to bed.
Oh, it's a person.
Let's see. That was... Okay. Pinkerton Penguin. Thank you for the follow. Wanted to make sure I got that right, so I read it like 4 times. Alright, so today is a Saturday, which doesn't actually mean that much. Pretty much got a free day. After morning chores, of course. Oh, not a completely free day. It looks like we've got to do a lot of fishing. Although this might be my last fish for sunfish. We'll see how close we get here. Yeah, we still need 100, so it won't be quite the last one. Weezer's Pinkerton album. I've listened to a few songs by Weezer, but I definitely, unfortunately, don't know their albums' names. That's awesome, though. Yeah, so it's pronounced Pinkerton. Good. I saw that R there, and I was like, is that just, like, for flavor? Is that silent, or...? Oh, can't do that. I hope you guys like the fishing noises, because you're going to be hearing a lot of them. So I dropped them down to 5. I could technically drop them down to 1 and only harvest every, like, 9 days. But I find it better because they have a higher chance of roe, and they're higher numbers. And I need the roe faster than I need the fish. So I'm going to be keeping these ponds around for a while, just for some extra roe. So it's a little bit better to keep them at higher numbers. And then those will be ready to harvest in 5 days. So I'll harvest them simultaneously with the... Those are off from those. I just added a few more fish ponds. So you see that one that's a 10 there. Don't want to harvest... Well, I could harvest 2 off of it, so it's even with the others. Whoops. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just put it at 8. I'm going to be glad once I'm done with sunfish, because it's going to be a lot less of this casting. It's funny, because I run out of energy, just like perfectly, at the end of doing sunfish. But I will have just not enough. There'll be 3 or 4 left. You'll see in just a second. Happens every time. Oh, today's the Egg Festival. Fun story, I don't have to go to the Egg Festival, so I usually don't. Fortunately, festivals waste a lot of time. If you could go to them and then, like, just no time would pass afterwards, then that would be nice. But unfortunately, when you go to them, it like wastes half of the day. So as much as I'd like to beat Abby, we're gonna focus on the challenge here. There are quite a few festivals I do have to go to. So the Flower Dance has one of the rare crows, so I have to go to that one. Okay, and that's it for fish. For today, at least. In about 5 days, I'm gonna have quite a number of fish to get again. The bream and the sunfish will both be done at the same time. It's gonna be an exciting adventure. But that's 5 days from now. Ease problem. I'll take care of it then. Okay. Oh, I can't go to the... That's interesting. I guess I'll do that later. The end of the day, I can go after the festival's over. A stack of diamonds. I've started selling my stacks of diamonds, and it's really good supplementary income. I can use it to buy things like explosive ammo and a whole bunch of things, really. It's Saturday, so I guess we just go to the island. Oh wait, this is gonna be ready, isn't it? That changes things quite a bit. Oh no! Okay, one more day for that then. Probably. Yeah. I should really plan out, like, when my starred fruit crops harvest and everything. Really, I've been thinking about it for a while. I should really switch to ancient fruit. It technically makes more money. It's just, I've been using starfruit for so long. I was kind of used to it at this point. The other nice thing about ancient fruit is it's very regular. It's exactly once per week, where starfruit is more like every... I think it's like every 8 days, but it doesn't feel like it. Sometimes it feels off. I don't know why. It would take a long time to, like, everything, though. Go to the... Check when the egg festival ends here in just a second. Come on. Wow. Not want me to slam. I technically don't need go to the nut door except on Monday to pick up a quest every week, so I usually don't, but it is right there. Water. Remember to hydrate. Let me check really quickly when the egg festival... Okay, 2 p.m. So I have to wait until after 2 p.m. before I can go into town. It's unfortunate timing, because I have an hour here where I can't really do that much. Yeah, I'd rather not waste the time of running all the way down to the bottom of the forest. So I could do something a little unorthodox. Oh, I know what I can do. I have an hour. I'll just collect from the coop and I can bring those golden eggs over to... Oh, this actually might be ready. Oh, okay. Close. let's see here. So yeah, I'm gonna collect all the goodies down here. We got 13, so we're gonna be pretty close at the end of this year, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, so the only animal product I still need are the ostrich eggs. So sorry, not at the end of this year, at the end of next year. We get about 105 or so per year. It varies a little bit. So it pretty much has taken 10 years to finish that up. I wish there was some way to take that egg out of there. It's just every time I go in now, it's just like, hey, sure you want to have all these animals in here? It's time to harvest that egg. It's been there for like 5 years now. Okay. And then I can back. All these. I should grab the coconuts and stuff. We can reset tomorrow. I don't actually need cactus fruit technically anymore, but I can get a stack of iridium quality cactus fruit if I keep picking them up. So I think I'm looking to do that. Same with the coconuts, although I'm a lot closer with the cactus fruit than the coconuts. Alright, time to go to the town. So if you ever want to go to somewhere after a festival, you go like right after. I should check over here because these reset tomorrow. Okay, I don't need any corals, so I need to go. But as long as you go after the listed time, it's just the normal area. So now it's 2:20. And run. Carp Surprise is a good one. That saves me a ton of carp, because that's 4 carp per, so that's 20 carp I don't have to get anymore. I think I'm doing carp next, so... So we got the rest of the day. I'm actually going to use Monster Musk. Curious what happens if I use Monster Musk for the harder mines here. I don't think I've been doing... I used to not really have any Monster Musk when I was running these before. Let's go ahead and use that and just kind of see what we end up with here. It's kind of the same for the moment, at least. But that's a small room. Oh, that looks different. It's a good idea, too, because there's boss enemies that'll occasionally drop, like you just saw, Q gems, which I need a ton of, so I got no issues with getting a bunch of those. Like, this is a boss enemy right there, and he dropped a pressure nozzle, which saves me, like, 5 Q gems right there. I think we have a pretty bad luck day. Any radioactive ore yet? Gotta be careful not to destroy the Fiddlehead Fern. I'm getting pretty lucky with drops so far. Oh, a lot of dwarf scrolls and stuff. All things that I need. Oh, when did I get a galaxy soul? Good deal. We like those too. I gotta be more careful. Pretty low health, I didn't even notice. Come on. A lot on this floor, it looks like. My goal is to just always be on the speed buff from the Slayer's Ring or something along those lines. I can't remember it exactly. Savage Ring, that's it. And that lets me move faster. Let's see if I can do this. What do I do this and this? I'm so bad at that. Okay. I'll get there eventually. I'm not gonna... I'm considered speedrunning before, but I'm not gonna do it unless I get animation canceling down pretty well. The big issue for me now is like switching gears from doing regular to animation canceling. The problem is I don't really get a lot of practice playing this run because most of the time I'm just using explosive ammo. I'm not really at all using, there's like no reason for me to animation cancel most of the time. This is a good excuse to try it because I've got these logs that take like 6 hits to break, even with my good axe. I actually did it that time. Pretend. You can see how many Q gems you can get just from like the harder mines. Like it's significant. You usually get more from running the mines than you do from the quests, just because they drop so often from these monsters. I actually don't think the bugs can drop anything. Maybe I'm wrong though. I mean, they obviously drop bug meat, but I don't think they can drop extras, goodies, we'll call it. So if anyone's just joining in, I'm actually trying to get a few things kind of at the same time here. There's a lot of hardwood. Let's put that on me, Geode. A lot of hardwood, a lot of Fiddlehead Ferns, and usually there's some radioactive ore in the harder mines, but we're getting a little bit unlucky with that. It's very determined by luck how much radioactive ore you get, so my guess is we have a not great luck day right now. So we're not really getting any. On a good luck day, you can sometimes get like 50 to 100. Resetting these floors. On the plus side, though, Fiddlehead Ferns don't depend on well, again, they depend on how lucky you get, but it's completely random otherwise. Oh, gosh, dang it. There was a Fiddlehead Fern there. I didn't see it until after I fired. I'm too quick. goodness, I need to watch my health. This is why I've gotten life elixirs, by the way, even though they're really expensive. It's absolutely worth it because I just die so often when I don't heal myself to full. And this way, I always notice my health like at the last moment, so at least I heal up to full in one go. It's completely on me. Like, it would be much more efficient to use something other than life elixirs, but it's just, I need them. Otherwise I just die. I haven't seen a stick bug yet, and they're great because they always drop. Stick bug? They always drop Q gems. Pause so I collect that. Collect that. Yeah. Spread out so much. That was interesting. Okay, we're good.
Oh, it's a person.
Lindon the cat, welcome. Thanks for joining in. But right now we're just running the harder mines in order to collect, really, a whole lot of things. Q gems being one of them. Oh, that's a waste of a ladder. Hey, we got our Fiddlehead Fern back. Okay, so the bugs can't drop Q gems, so that's really good. Oh, wait, no, we're good. Alright, I saw something on stream, I thought I messed up some settings. Let's try and get this before the day ends. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. Alright. I don't think I have enough time to put everything. Always annoying. But I'd rather pass out than end with a full inventory. Let's try our best here. Alright, let's adjust my seat here. These because I hate having a full anything in my inventory when I wake up. Alright, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break or so. So, like 27, I'll be back. Let me go ahead and put up my BRB screen here because it's really cute. Alright, I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Should be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to fill my water bottle and take care of a few smaller things. That. Okay, I think I've got a day or two left in me. So let's see. Today is Sunday, which means we'll be getting our staircases. As well as a few other things. Like going down to the traveling cart. Fancy music. Appropriate for the rain. So it's either Vincent or Jazz's birthday today. Are there really no golden coconuts? Oh my goodness. Unfortunate. Last one? It is. Yeah, that'll finish it right. Then I just gotta collect these. Have a pack of sunfish roe, aged sunfish. Oh, I think today is also Starfruit Day. Today's gonna be pretty busy. I think we'll be mines today at all. I had no reason to have to go do that. I'm gonna run out right here. Okay, so it's just the rest of what's in there, and there'll be a stack. Already got my bream. Oh, getting these all the way up. So we got 233 sunfish, 200 bream. Once those are full up, well, I actually might finish the bream roe before I finish the fish, but the sunfish will be done really soon. That's the last of it right there. I'll stop pulling them out after next time. Second. One in my pocket. Put it in front of me. Okay. Lots of stuff to do today. Let's get on it. Yeah, let's keep those on us. Good. Put away the pink cakes too early. Glass shards is unfortunately not one of the ones I need. Always good to check. Palm fossils up the wazoo. I'm sorry to hear that, Spider Slayer, but I don't think that's really appropriate to be bringing something like that up on the stream. try to keep things a little bit more chill here. If you want to talk about something like there are places for that. Okay, so yes, cake sewers. So yeah, obviously the sewers are a really good place for me to put all those statues of endless fortune on the way to Krobus. So it does lead to some kind of funny things, like cake coming from the sewers, which I'm sure is delicious. Okay, so lots of stuff to do. What do I want to do first? Let's go ahead and go to the traveling cart first, just to get it out of the way. Pretty much the furthest I have to walk away from any teleporters. Need those. Other than that, oh, now it gives me plum pudding after I finished it. Did that for years, but now it's suddenly all about it. I'm gonna start bombing this area just to get all this rubble. I think I did that like a few years ago, and it was nice for a while, because everything keeps getting in the way as it all builds up. Just dropping a few bombs solves all problems, right? Gosh, this is one day of Forge, because it resets on Sunday. That is insanely good luck for those. Morels, or morals, however you want to, are one of the few mushrooms I still need. How did that slime somehow avoided getting killed there? I've heard that song like a dozen times. The thing always scares me. Lion hooks. Alright, eels. Okay. Next thing is next. Oh. My beautiful facade of a farm. Yes, I'm all done with fruit from Fruit Cheese. That was actually fairly recent, mostly because bananas and mangoes got added. But yeah, I'm all done with those now. So I just don't have them anywhere, because I don't need them. If I really needed more, I could just plant more fruit trees. It takes a lot of time. I got a bunch extra before I removed the trees, too, just in case. Not like a whole stack extra, though, so if something eventually gets added that takes, like, apples or something, I have to put them back up. But there's space in the greenhouse. I kind of got rid of them in the greenhouse, even though I didn't have to, just because they block a lot of vision. It's hard to see. Yeah, it did take a while. I have them at highest quality, too, because that got added to the game while I was working on it. So every year they go up to the highest quality. So I have a full stack of iridium quality of all the fruit tree foods. Takes like 4 years, I think, before they start going at iridium quality. Then, depending on how many trees you have, like another 2 years or so to get a whole stack of them. But time is something I have infinite of, technically. In-game, not out-of-game. So it's a small price to pay. I love the things that are easy like that, where it's just like, you plant them, you pick them up every 3 days. Other than that, you can just forget about it. Very straightforward. Kind of like these jades, actually. Although these take a little bit more work than the fruit trees do. Yeah, pretty much every 3 days. It's more like every 2 days. Pick these up. And every Sunday, forgive the pun, but I get to see the fruit of my labors for the week. Take all of this jade out. Hold Control and Shift. Okay. This is such a good thing that got added. This goes so much faster now. Okay. Oh. Now I've got 3 stacks. Staircases. It's a small price to pay for the most pristine fruit in the Stardew universe. So in the interview, for those of you who are from that, which is certainly most, I said that I needed a lot more staircases than I actually needed. I found out doing some makeup math. Oh, Audrey, you're back. Yes, welcome back, first of all. So that chest is an ancient relic. Back when I used to have to catch fish from actually where they're located, I put a bunch of strategic tests around to keep fishing tackles handy and fishing buffs handy. I just never got rid of the chest afterwards. So now they're just full of tackles and food buffs. Anyways, so I found out these are the amount of chests I need. So there's 8 chests in here. I just need to fill them all up with staircases, and that will be enough. So I'm at 1.5 right now. And that'll be enough for me to get all the auto petters I need. I have to do some other setup first, like getting all the luck buffs, everything I need for that. But other than that, all I need is 300,000 staircases. Nothing special. Alright, so yeah, we got work to do today. Let's go ahead and go to the island here. So I'm actually going to go to the dig site first, and start harvesting starfruit, starting from there. I basically filled up every available spot on the farm. That means like some of the out-of-the-way spots are full of starfruit as well. Grab the copper pan. Ooh, good mushroom day. Need those purple ones. One second.
Oh, it's a person.
Oh, Emilio, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Something I want to check really quickly. Interesting. Okay. Alright, to the farm. Let's do some starfruit collecting. I've considered using guarding pots, but there's a weird cadence to it. It's kind of weird because I'd want to use deluxe retaining soil, so I just have to water them once. It was fixed in the update, so they should keep their fertilizer, but they would be off, basically, is the best way to put it, from the other starfruit, which means I wouldn't harvest them at the same time. I would harvest them at like different weird times, and I kind of want to keep my starfruit harvesting to one day, but if I do need the money, that might be worth it to do. but I'll only need the money for so long, so it's a question of whether it's worth it for the time it's going to save me. Because, like, in 10 years, I'll be done with money completely. I won't need a cent more. That's not exactly true. I won't really need money. It'll be just for superficial things like bombs and life elixirs. Maybe superficial wasn't the best word. But hopefully you understand what I mean. Things I don't need to spend millions and millions of gold on. Come on, stuck on something. Is there a spot here? Oh my goodness. Okay, well we're gonna replant that. Second here. Gotta remember to do it. Can't be wasteful of the few spots I have on Ginger Island to plant things. We need to grab our watering can and deluxe speed. Luckily, we caught it today. Oh, wrong one. Head down, same time here. Save myself some time. My hands needed a break for a second. Lots of quick movements on my pasta keys. Starting to add up. Sometimes the physics of this game make absolute sense. Why didn't I plant a seed there? Or why did I go a little bit further when I'm doing the exact same motion? I think it gives the game a little bit of charm, though. It's like a real simulation, you know? You don't always do everything perfect. Just how I'm sitting here, it might help with my fingers a little bit. So it's perfectly fine to harvest today and then to not keg them until tomorrow, because the starfruit takes longer to grow than it takes in the keg. It takes exactly a week in the keg, but it takes, I think, 9 days to grow. So as a result of that, it's perfectly fine to wait a day to keg. But it does kind of make sure my next day isn't fucked up either, because I gotta spend all that time kegging. Although it's less than the normal amount that I have to keg, because I'm very far removed from summer. So in the summer I make some starfruit on the home farm, because I actually can. It's only a summer crop. So that gives me a lot extra to keg during those months. So during the spring now, I run out of starfruit to keg, so I actually use less kegs total, so it takes less time to keg. I don't have to fill up every single one of them. Just some small money-making facts. It also obviously means I make less money. Oh, I ran out of music. What happened? Ooh, just a few more rows here. I used to just go up and down completely. I think this is a lot faster. You just go side to side slightly. And the motion feels like it doesn't lose you any time, like moving up and down. Well, obviously does a little bit, but a lot less than going all the way up the row and then all the way back down for each one. Maybe like 3 across and then up would be better. It's kind of hard to tell. I've kind of gotten used to this motion though, so I feel like it's the best way to harvest. Of course, if you're a challenge runner, there's ways to pause while harvesting, which waste extremely little time. So my favorite song from Stardew Valley is probably Stardew Valley Forever. I used to play that on loop on my farm until I got so sick of it, but I still love it. Go left to right. I don't know, when I try to harvest going left to right, it like drops some of my inputs. Like it won't plant at the same time I'm harvesting. So maybe that works fine for ancient fruit. Probably move faster, but I don't plant the seeds every single time, so I have to go back. It's kind of weird why it works like that, but so Stardew Valley Forever is the music that plays when you achieve perfection. It's like that kind of synth rock kind of song that plays. I don't know, I really like that song. Maybe it's like almost nostalgic. It's kind of weird to call perfection nostalgic now because it was only like 2 years ago. Only a year ago, right? Time is so weird right now. That perfection even came out, but I don't know. It felt like I really achieved something in the game. It kind of marks that for me. So this is the best harvesting, at least that I found for me. If you got something that works better for you, by all means. Well, there's a dropped one right there. I was waving my mouse around. You gotta keep it far away, otherwise put it on stuff. Okay, so I think we're ready to... I've actually got
it's
time.
person.
I'm gonna grab these here. Stardew Mouse, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So right now, we're just wrapping up today. It took a long time to harvest all of the starfruit, so it's already pretty late. I'm going to try and clear out my inventory, and maybe I will try to start kegging it. It's a little weird to start this late, but there's no point to not doing it, because it takes only a week, and the starfruit won't be ready by then anyways. So it's okay to keg today and tomorrow. Doesn't matter because I won't be picking it up until a week from tomorrow, at least. It's welcome back, Ducky, or maybe you've been here the whole time. So the worst. See, that's such a hard question because it can mean so many different things. So the tea set is probably going to be the one that takes the longest. But I don't know if I'd call that the worst. It's going to be a lot of sleeping and resetting, so it'll be annoying. But oh, we're actually kind of looking at two of the ones I'm worried about. So mummified bat and mummified frog are two things that I am unsure of how to get a lot of. So they make me the most nervous because I don't know technically how I'm going to get it. I've looked at the wiki pages and like the only ways to get it are like from weeds in like the mines. It's like, I mean, I've gotten a few, you can see. I've got a few of them, but that's over years. So I don't know if there's a way to get them fast. So I guess I'm most nervous for those right there. For things that are the worst, honestly, it feels like the banana saplings because there's like 3 different ways for me to get them, but they all suck. So I'm like picking the worst of the best, like the best of the worst options. None of them feel good. Here. So I guess that's my pick. So yeah, I talked about it a bit in Gug's video, but basically I'm using golden coconuts. I need 7 stacks of golden coconuts in order to get enough banana saplings, and that's just by random chance. It's possible I'll need more, but it's also possible I'll need less. But across 7,000 golden coconuts, it's very likely I'll get an even distribution. That's a high number for sure. The other way to get them is dragon's teeth, and it's just too hard to get enough dragon's teeth because it's 5 dragon's teeth per banana sapling, and that's just ridiculous. It's like, okay, I could farm the volcano mines for the rest of my life. You can also get them from stingray ponds. So here's the weird trade-off, because I can get them from stingray ponds, right? I can get dragon's teeth, but they're less likely than golden coconuts are from blue discus ponds. But then I need more golden coconuts, so it's like this really strange trade-off. But I also need other things from the stingray ponds, so there's a chance what I could do is just stop when I'm about halfway there and finish up with the stingray ponds. But I'm afraid to do that because I haven't tested the stingray ponds. I don't know how long it's going to take to get all those golden coconuts, and the last thing I want to do is fill up a bunch more blue discus ponds to get more golden coconuts. I could do all the math for it, but it's just kind of ridiculous to figure out, so I just haven't bothered. Okay, so let's wrap up with some kegging here. Probably get quite a bit of this done. Probably finish the whole quarry tonight. Yeah, one of the quality of life updates about 2 patches ago, I think, so like 1.3, made it so much easier to keg things. Now I can just like run by and do these. Which, missed one already. Would you use multiplayer for getting auto competitors so you can get 2 for just 4? So my plan here is to make this a single player challenge. If I go into multiplayer, there's a whole nother can of worms that gets opened. It's technically possible if you play multiplayer and keep on like adding people, adding different accounts basically to the game. You could technically get 999 of a lot of different items that I don't really want to think about. So this is going to be strictly a single-player challenge. But a multiplayer challenge could be interesting in its own right. Be fun to have someone to play with, too. Actually, yeah, multiplayer challenge would be very interesting, because there's some kind of cool things you can do with that you definitely can't do in single-player. you'd have to have someone you could play with that you could commit half your life to doing the challenge, but, you know, it's certainly interesting. Okay, actually go ahead, or I can put it away, because let's do this. Yeah, exactly, Ducky. Like, you have to find someone as crazy as you are, which, maybe isn't as hard as it used to be, thanks to the internet and communities, but certainly more difficult than normal. It's one thing to do like a speed run with someone that you're only gonna have to spend a day on. It's another thing entirely to devote years to a challenge with someone. Okay, I think today is going to be my last day. But at the end, maybe we'll take a look at the spreadsheet for a while. We can answer some questions about that if people would be interested in that. I'm planning on getting the 999 stone Junomo statues. Right now we've got 8 of them. So it's just going to take 1,000 years, basically. But there's a few items like that. For instance, a lot of the rare crows are only once per year. So I will have to do those as well. So, I'm gonna go ahead and finish kegging first thing. Yeah, so there's a few items that are once per year. The tea set is one of the items, actually, really the only item that's less than once per year. Chance you don't get it every year. Yeah, the alien rare crow is just money, though. So I'm just gonna sit there for an hour, buy all of the casino dollars I need to buy a stack of them. And it will be annoying, no doubt, but it'll get done that way. It's 100 million. It's just a lovely amount of money to spend on alien rare crows. So I would have done that first, but it's actually better for me to have statues of fortune. I could have already been done with that, but I'm just gonna go ahead and get my statues of Endless Fortune first, because then they're producing more stuff every day. I'm pretty much gonna have to use all of this money. I'm not gonna have to be able to buy any statues of Endless Fortune. All the money I'm gonna get from this wine is gonna go straight to, explosive ammo, bombs, and starfruit seeds. Which is fine. I need to refill all of those. Even some life elixirs. Seriously. Amazing how many kegs I have. I think at last count, it's around 14. I won't use them all today, because I don't have a full harvest. Basically in the summer, I start saving up a bunch of starfruit because I get extra from the farm. And then I do full harvest up through winter pretty much. But today, I don't have all that extra, so it's just going to be a regular harvest. Well, actually, it's going to be a regular put in. A regular, like, fill up. But I will have, I think, some extra, because I think there was still some left over last time I filled it. Hey Pam, you like what I did at the bus stop? I know you do, because it's all your favorite stuff. Turns a blind eye, because I feed her some wine under the table. Basically, the whole town council's in my pocket. So I don't want to fill these up. All the extra. Ooh, didn't get the berries. Well played. So I will get my full amount of money, because I had a full harvest last time. But next time I pick up it. Yes, yes, I have to pay her off to make sure she doesn't take all my wine supplies. Now it's a real-life simulator. Bribery and corruption. While I run my wine empire. If you noticed in the bus stop, there's a bunch of the different colored flooring, like the lighter wood. That's where the paths where NPCs walk. So I mark them out on the floor so I know where I can eggs and where I can't. Hey, that was most of the day. I don't need to go back. I don't star fruit. Oh, I guess I have only 1,200 kegs. Thought I had more for some reason. Are you guys noticing that there are 0 gold bars? It's supposed to be a 1 in 4 chance. Oh, there's one right there. That's actually really funny. The picture. Ow, that is loud. Sorry about that. Expect that to be that loud. There's like literally 0 gold bars. A lot of 1 in 4s that got miffed there. Okay, so yeah, I gotta play the rest of the day like normal still. Let's go ahead and take care of our statues and fish. Hi, doggy. Kind of well hidden statues. I swear I'm not abusive to dogs in real life. That one in particular is. Oh, no. Did not mean to hit you with a hammer. Sorry about that. Come on. There we go. Did get a golden coconut. So on average, I should be getting like 1.2 per day. Doesn't feel like that works out. Not that you can really get 2 of a coconut. Look at that spread. It's a bunch of Omni Geodes, which I'm really glad for. There's only 17 Iridium bars. It's supposed to be evenly 1 in 4. There's still no gold bars here. Alright, that looks normal. So of these things, the only thing I really need is Omni Geodes. Although I just sell all the extra stuff. So all the extra gold bars, all the extra diamonds, they actually add up pretty quick. And obviously the Iridium bars too. Banana. Okay. Whatever you want.
Oh, it's a person.
Hey, Rage Bun Bun. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. So, today being a Monday, we definitely have to go to the island because we have to pick up our next Q quest. Super excited about that. Get to see what it is in a minute. A little bit of a slowdown there. Buffs up. Remember that's this time. So if you're curious, the reason why I have to pan is not for copper. There is a fossil that shows up from panning in this specific area. I think it's called like fossilized tail, something along those lines. But you can only get it from panning. So I have to pan until I get it. Until I have a whole stack of them. Luckily, I want to come here anyways for the bone fragments. Chance at like palm fossils and some of these other ones. So it works out. And at the rate I get palm fossils, I'll probably be finishing those later than I will be the panning one. I think next stream, because unfortunately we're ending pretty soon here, I think I'm going to be doing mahogany seeds on the beach down there. I talked about it in Doug's video a little bit. I'm very close to oh, that's horrible. Anyways, I'm very close to finishing hardwood. I'd love to get it done either this year or next year, so I don't have to worry about it ever again. And that would just be a nice thing to have. Okay, as I talked about in Doug's video, I just can't do that, and it's also not really worth it. This is like almost the worst thing that could have showed up, because this is also the second lowest. Alright. And it costs me money that I don't have, so I'm gonna have to do it tomorrow when I get my money. Let's see here. Coconuts, coconuts, coconuts. There really none? Wow, that's rare. Did I already pick them up? Nope, I didn't. And you know what? I have some extra time today. Maybe I can start planning. Yeah, I really can't do much else to go to the mines. But, oh, it's done. Alright. Go ahead and put this stuff away. While I'm here. What's up? And let's pick these up. Okay, so today's Monday. I don't need to go to the desert. Oh, I do need to go to the desert. I always forget about this part. So, Sandy sells 10 coconuts on Monday. Very useful, because it's basically like selling one golden coconut. I do go to trade them in eventually.
Oh, it's a person.
Hey, Flying, welcome. Glad to have you here. Alright, so we are going to go back to the island, I think. Island is fine today. And we are going to plant a whole lot of mahogany seeds. And then in a week or so, they're all going to be ready to go. And that's a whole lot of hardwood. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these before they get in my way. I think bombs would have been a smarter way to do this. Oh no, because that would mess up the beach. No, that would be a bad idea. It's amazing some of the changes that have happened in the world. This whole area used to be completely covered in solar panels. Is one of the things that happened. So now it is my hardwood farming area. I haven't actually done this in a year because I'm very low on mahogany seeds. Getting a few at a time. So it feels good to do this again. And then if I have a day when I can't harvest them, it's not that big of a deal. They can just sit here. It's not like hardwood goes bad. So once I get these planted, I can just get them whenever I need them. In case you're curious, I could plant them higher, but I don't like to work around all that debris. So it's just easier for me when they're just all in the same area. Hell, I haven't done this in a while. Anyways. It's clicking a lot. I swear, when I'm on point, this goes really quickly. There we go. Dang it. Oh, I messed this up. That's okay. So I obviously can't block this path here, so I have to be careful about that. This is the so I think this is right. Oh well. It's a long. Okay. The real trick here is not missing with the fertilizer, and it's like so difficult to tell what's fertilized and what's not. I almost want like a texture pack for the game that makes it so much clearer what you've fertilized. It's like turn it bright red or something like that. Especially at night like this. It's like I just trusting that I'm hitting all of them by running over them. Most of the time it works. Usually I miss one or two, but I just fertilize them the next day. And this is what I've been doing for 5 years to get enough hardwood to finish this run. Which I'm a lot closer than I used to be now that we have mahogany trees. Obviously not 5 years. 5 years in the game. Because that's how long ago I achieved perfection, basically. After 1.5 came out. I think I spent that entire winter break after 1.5 came out just playing Stardew Valley. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, anything else I can do with my time? I'll find something, I'm sure. Not for. It goes. Okay, so... I know something I can do. Conscious seconds here. Oops. Can you imagine if real life was instant like that? Every time you accidentally touch a door, you just get teleported to the next room. How annoying would that be? Alright, go ahead and put this in here. Way, go spot. I think all I need. Might as well sell these extra diamonds here. Point to hanging on to them. Give me a little extra money to work with. Okay, so I think we're good. Monday, did I forget anything for Monday? Okay, and that gives us some money to work with. Solid 5 million. Okay, so this is here. Curious what these. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Have a great day. I'm pretty much wrapping up right now, anyways. So, I think what would be kind of fun to do, since most of you probably came from Wallagug's video, I can... It's the right one. It's done. If I bring this here? Yeah, that works. Yeah, so what I kind of wanted to do... Oh, well... We should go here. That's better? Yeah, that'll probably be fine. What I kind of wanted to do was look at the spreadsheet. So if anyone had any questions, I can kind of take a look at some of the different things on it. So I think someone asked earlier, like, how close was I to finishing with the run? So this is the totals board here. I made this actually fairly recently, just as an easier way to keep track, because I figured I'd be sharing this with people, and it's nice to have something you can just kind of look at. So this just kind of shows every single category. Categories are completely chosen by me for the most part, so it almost doesn't matter. But you can kind of see where I am in each one. So this says 100, but that's up. You can just barely not finish. So in the fall, we're going to finish that one up. But at the bottom here, you'll see this is the 999 challenge. I should bold this with letter bold. Yeah, probably. You see it says 82%. So unfortunately, I have 82% of the items. That's the best way I can track that. So of the 4.5 million items I need, I have 3.7 million. But the problem with tracking it that way is that I got all the easy stuff first. There's a few freebies, things you can just buy, a whole bunch of other stuff that I've already done. So I've gotten the majority of the easy stuff. So this last 20% is by far the hardest 20%. So we can just quickly kind of go through and talk about some of the sticklers here. This is a spreadsheet stream now. So this is the Wild Plum. I came so close to finishing it last year. I'm like within 50. So I'm going to have one harvest of that in the fall and I'll be done with that. In the veggies, the only thing left is the Fiddlehead Fern, which I talked about on Gug's video about being terrible. But I am making steady progress. We're almost not halfway. We're making steady progress. Let's call it that. It's not completely out of reach now. So some of the fun forges here. We've got the Holly, which is the only forge in the game, I think, besides the beach forges, that you can't get anywhere besides actually picking it off the ground. So this is just 23 years of me picking up hollies, and that's where I'm at right now. Luckily, it's not used in any recipe, so I only need a stack of it. The mushrooms, for the most part, are done. Like, there's just a few more things I need to do. Common mushrooms, I've got such an insane amount. I don't even know what to do. But, like, chanterelles, like, pretty much done. Red mushrooms are done. Purple mushrooms are getting really close. It's going to take a little bit longer. Morals are probably the biggest problem, and then magma caps I just haven't been trying to get. Morals is just going to take a while. You just need a lot of them, and I have a lot of them. It's like 3,000. I just get them as fast as all the other mushrooms. Let's see. The beach forges, so the sea urchins, rainbow shells, and nautilus shells. Those were going to be pretty big sticklers, but 1.5 came out with the dangerous mines, and now I can get all three of those from the harder dangerous mines. Basically, they spawn on the first 20 floors just randomly. So by running those, which I'll probably be doing soon, actually, I'll just eventually get enough. It'll be a little annoying. Flowers are completely done. I finished those years ago. I think that might be the first category I finished. Again, these categories are made completely by me, but they have some bearing on what's actually in there. The fish is probably one of the slowest going categories. I just have to use the fish ponds, right? So I did alphabetically these first few. The ones that are done down here are either crabfoot fish or the lava eel. The lava eel was the first thing I put in the fish ponds. It's because I I was like, oh my gosh, these are so hard to get. It's so cool that you can make a whole bunch of them now. And then I just finished those up while I had them there. The rest are crab pot fish for the most part. Oh, and the slime jack. Forgot about the slime jack. I completely, like, vanilla without the crab, sorry, without the fish ponds, finished off the slime jack. Like, I just fished them
it's
out.
person.
That is Yarn. Thanks for the follow, Yarn. Yes, I hope everyone enjoys Spreadsheet Stardew. A very, very niche streaming. So I fill this out every year, so this isn't up to date, but it's mostly up to date. So there's a few things on here, like this Son of the Crimson Fish, so basically the secondary legendary fish. Those are going to take a long time. I've got about 6 of each. But I'm just not focused on that right now. At some point, I'll take the time to make sure I do all of that. But it's going to involve sleeping weeks away till I get the right quest, so I might as well do it while I'm also doing the sleeping for the years. Row basically follows fish completely. As I finish up fish, I finish up row. Nothing fancy about that. Artisan goods, outside of the aged row, which is just this horrible red blight on this otherwise pretty perfect sheet here, it's mostly done. There's a few weird things here. Well, the Fiddlehead Fern problem, but we've already addressed that. But then there's also like the unbranded pickles, the unbranded jelly, the unbranded juice. All of those can only be got from the traveling cart. Oh, hi, Yarn. You actually went back and watched my VODs? Oh, that's incredible. Wow. I'm actually a little sad I didn't stream this challenge from the beginning, because it would be really cool to have like a retrospective. I'm probably going to make a channel where I put all the VODs up there so they don't just get deleted. I have to do that pretty quick, because I'm running up to the end of some of my VODs. So I will probably put a channel where you can see all those, because it's kind of fun to go back and see like the kind of stuff I was doing, but it's going to really fill up a huge YouTube channel. Oh, that's awesome to hear, Yarn. I've been not decorating for the most part. I'm not a huge decorator in this game, but I really enjoy watching people do it, because I just have no talent for making things look aesthetically good. Just straight up. No talent at all. So it's really cool when I can watch other people do it. Like, I like watching Lee-Chat, if you all know who Lee-Chat is, work on her perfection farm. She makes everything look so pretty, and I just can't do that. You might have noticed that my farm just looks like a factory. Alright, awesome, Ebby. We're actually wrapping up here, Ebby. We're just going right now kind of through some of the things that are like sticklers, things that are a bit tough to do. And then I'll be wrapping up after that. Yeah, I feel like Stardew is a good mix of, you can watch streamers who do really cool stuff, like working on making stuff look really pretty, or you can watch like Habu do challenge runs or speed runs. Like a really versatile game. There's a lot of really cool stuff you can do. Alright, cooking. I'm actually trying to work on finished cooking right now. That is my current goal. So I'm kind of going in order. Oh, that's got too many. Yes, I know. It's so fun, right? To just go through every item in the game and spreadsheet it. So once per Stardew year, I have to go through and fill out all of this. It's like an audit, right? I just check all my chests and see what I have from everything. And it's kind of fun to do. Andre, I did have that problem for a while. Like, I'd watch people play and I was like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? But I kind of learned to just like, it's kind of fun watching people learn things on their own too. I guess that's kind of part of why I became a teacher, huh? It kind of fits hand in hand with that. Junomo's holding up the stars. Yes, the Junomo statues. Yes, I have about 8 of them right now. I can get 1 per year, so it's just a very thing. You do that on the 1st of spring or the 20th of winter? Oh, to get the Junomo statues? Oh, I see. I finish the 28th of winter, and then on spring 1st, I usually reset the day. I just go through and check everything, and then I start over. Yeah, the audit's on the 1st of spring. So I wait till the 28th of winter's over. So basically my entire year is. Yes, Yarn. So they respawn every 1st of spring. So that's how you get more than... so you can only get 1 per year. One of a few items that are once per year. Anyways, sorry, I got distracted here. So back to cooking. I'm trying to get all of these recipes done. The only one that I'm probably not going to be able to get done is the Fiddlehead risotto, because obviously I need Fiddlehead Ferns for that.
Oh, it's a person.
But live, welcome. Following, we're just doing some spreadsheet Stardew right now. So, for instance, the carp surprise. I made a lot of this early on, because I got a lot of extra carp when I was farming slime jacks. Because that's the two different types of fish that can spawn there. It's carp and slime jack. But I will need to make carp ponds next. I think that is actually the next fish pond I'm going to do. Luckily, that'll go pretty quick, because carp are pretty quick. Once every day, there's carps. Crispy bass, so I'll be doing that fish pond probably after that one. Sardines, sea, fiddlehead, we just talked about. Fish taco is kind of weird, and fried calamari are both in the same boat. So I actually get these from the Statue of Endless Fortune. Argo Matrix, thanks for coming on. Yeah, it's surprising how fun going through spreadsheets can be. Yeah, so it's a hoot, or sorry, that's a hoot, excuse me. It's gotten a lot easier as time has gone on, as I filled in more and more things, because I don't need to check the things I'm done with. So I just gotta, it goes a lot quicker than it used to. It used to be I basically had to fill in every single item on the sheet, like what changed about it. And now it's like there's only like 60 items that I have to actually check now, compared to like the 1,000 that there is. Okay, so, oh, fried eel, yes, so we do need to do the eel ponds. Here, yeah, Lucky Lunch, requires a, what is it called, a sea cucumber? Yeah, sea cucumber. Maki roll requires seaweed, which I will get from fish ponds as well. All of the crab pot fish ponds have a chance of giving seaweed. Yes. Audrey, I don't think I've ever actually counted the number of items total. Technically speaking, I could just go through each one of these sheets and total them, and that would probably be the best way to figure it out. But that only includes items that stack, or are part of this challenge. Yes, Audrey, I actually saw that comment on Wallagug's video, and as much as I want to start using the rod again, I think I'm gonna get enough seaweed just from the fish ponds that I don't need to worry about it. So it just has not been a concern of mine, because I'm going to get enough seaweed while I'm waiting for the roe from the crabfish ponds and the cocklefish ponds. And all. It won't be an issue. But if I do need to, I know I can use the training rod. Maybe you can enchant the training rod. I've never tried, but it might be possible. I think you can enchant the other rods. Alright, the salmon dinner requires salmon. The seam foam pudding actually requires 2 different fish. It's both the midnight ones. I think the midnight carp and the midnight squid. I might be wrong about that, but it's something like that. Alright, see ya, Yarn. Thanks for stopping by. Squid ink ravioli actually only requires squid ink, which I will definitely get enough of from various sources. I just haven't gotten it yet. And that's all the cooking. So I'm kind of hoping to finish up cooking in a few years, outside of the Fiddlehead risotto, obviously. Okay, now we get to more of the fun stuff. Yeah, squid ink drops for one thing. Sorry, just got a text I wanted to check really quick. Squid ink drops from monsters, but not in high amount. But when I start needing to get like squid, do the squid ponds, I'll get plenty of the stuff. I'll have too much, so I'm not too worried about it at all. Bat wings, on the other hand, are another thing entirely. So there's this kind of weird feedback loop with bat wings. I use Monster Musk to get more bat wings, but that requires bat wings. But on the whole, it's like 2 years ago this was 20%, and now it's 50%. So I am definitely gaining bat wings on the whole, for sure. It's just taking some time. Dragon's teeth, they come from stingray fish ponds, which is going to take a while. I actually need a lot of dragon's teeth. Yeah, batwing stocks, exactly. Line go up. But for dragon's teeth, I we'll get them from stingray fish ponds. And at the same time I'm doing that, I imagine I'm also going to be running the volcano mines every day, getting as many as I can from that. So it kind of like supplements each other. I also need to get magma caps, so that's a good one. Ostrich eggs will be done soon. Yes, so island warp totems, and then I need a stack of the, obviously. Done so much of the legwork for the challenge, it seemed kind of close. Yeah, I'd like to think I'm close to being done. It's just a lot of actually playing the game, which is why it was a good idea to start streaming, because it'll give me some reason to actually do this, and it gives people a chance to watch kind of the final stretch here. And maybe I won't get bored like I occasionally do with this challenge. I used to take like 6 months off at a time where I just didn't touch Stardew. But ever since 1.5 came out, I've been playing pretty steadily. And this will give me even more reason to keep playing. So ostrich eggs, I get about 100 a year. So eventually this will be done. It just takes a long time. Galaxy souls, I have 100. This is one thing I'm probably never going to buy with Q gems because it's just so expensive. So what I do instead is I just get them from random drops, and I already have 100, so that's 1/10 of the way done. Slime hutch for the slime eggs. Yeah, slime eggs are kind of weird. Technically I'll get the red and the purple ones in high quantities, enough quantities when I get my auto petters, because they drop from the chest just like those do. And then for the green and blue, I'm just gonna have to put slime in the slime incubators. Yes, which is why I'm glad there's so many people here to watch with me. Fun. I hope it keeps up. We'll see. What I have? I guess I finished that. So I'm trying not to have overflow, which means like a higher percentage than's there. I actually fixed that problem through a very convoluted way of minimizing every single one of these numbers. If you look at this horrible equation that I had to write for each one of these. So if you know how to do this better, it's too late for me, but you can tell past me that he's an idiot. But that was the best way I could manage it. Yeah, the thing is, Abby, or NB, how do you want me to pronounce that, by the way? Is it just NBI? I never read words the same way twice. Like, the thing is, I'll be done with Galaxy Souls long before I get enough Q gems to buy things. Like, my Q gems are going towards things I can't get otherwise. Instructors, the Junomo chests, and mushroom tree seeds. So by the time I'm probably done with all of that, I will have a stack of Galaxy Souls. So Ventus, yeah, that's probably easiest. Slime is a very fun one. I love how this number worked out. It's literally just 18, 18, 18. This is the amount of slime you need to have a stack of thing in the game that requires slime. I just think that's really funny that it worked out to that number. But I'm getting that pretty quickly, so when I get my bat wings from Skull Cavern, I get a ton of... Well, Solar Essence actually requires a ton, but you can see that I've gotten quite a lot of it already. Most of that goes to the new item, what's it called? Mini Obelisk. 20 stacks of Solar Essence for that, so that's why there's so many Solar Essence required. So despite the fact that you can only ever put down 2 of them on your farm, the Mini Obelisk, you can still stack them. So I still need a stack of them. I wish they worked on the Ginger Island farm. I think that would be a pretty good change. So I can at least use 4 of them. Okay, Squid Ink, we kind of already talked about that one. That'll just come in time. Alright, the seeds. So most of this stuff, you can actually see on this column here, which of them are you can just buy. So if there's a yes here, that means I can just purchase it from Pierre. Honestly, Hoot, so you're asking basically what my favorite part of the challenge is? Honestly, it's this part. I love the whole spreadsheeting of it. Like, planning out the run was probably the most fun about it. Like, just figuring out exactly the sort of things I need to be able to do to solve problems. I love problem solving in general. That's probably why I got a physics major. part of why I'm a teacher, at least. So this is just like really nice for me. Yeah, so most of these things are purchasable. We've talked about the banana saplings before. It's not fun, but there's a way to do it. Void Ghost Pendant. I'm married, and I think you can only buy one of those. So I've never actually seen it in game because I've been married to Leah the whole time. But I think you can only buy one. Yeah, Matrix. So, I've definitely had some problems before where I've done the math and I'm like, oh wait, that didn't work at all like I thought it did. But that's more fun too, because then I get to figure out a different problem. Like, just redefines the problem. Mango tree seeds will come at the same time as banana saplings. I have a few extras of these because they drop from tiger slimes. Banana tree saplings. Mushroom trees. I'm going to finish this by the end of the year, pretty sure. I just need another stack of Q gems. So this tells you that it's 5 Q gems per mushroom. Yeah. As far as using glitches like that to obtain items, I don't think I'm gonna define things like that. But I don't know, maybe I'll look into that. I don't think you can get a full stack of those. Answer to what, Hoot? For like what was the hardest thing or my favorite thing to do? Yes, I guess spreadsheeting isn't exactly the common answer to that, is it? I have a lot of fun in Skull Caverns. I think that's probably my favorite part of the run. Just generally, it's like tense, you know? It's like I'm actually doing something that's dangerous. Because I'm using Monster Musk in the most dangerous mines in the game. So it's just filled with monsters that can kill me pretty much at any time. So that's actually pretty fun to do. That's where I get my bat wings, my slime, a lot of other things too. Okay. Bone fragments. So as you saw earlier today, I actually finished my skull brazers, which means that I'm done with bone fragments, right? No. So unfortunately, this guy right here, that is the oh goodness, what's it called? The ostrich incubator, and it is over half of the total bone fragments I need. So you can see this is at 29,000. So really the only last I need is these 50 stacks for, like, I'm actually over 50, almost over 50 in this one. It's just the 50 stacks I need for that ostrich incubator, but I'm not gonna worry about that until it comes up, because I also need cinder shards, which, as you can see, I am criminally low on. I only have 44 of them right now. I had to remake my Infinity Gavel, which required a lot of cinder shards, and I just haven't gotten any back yet. Okay, hardwood, as I said, I'm getting pretty close, 80%. However, close is relative, because I'm still missing about 40,000 hardwood. So 40 more stacks of hardwood. So I probably won't finish this year, but I might be able to finish next year. Prismatic shards are just chugging away. The geodes. I actually have finished frozen geodes now, mostly from bombing the mines. I stopped lava eels too soon, otherwise I'd be done with magma geodes too. Usually when I say year, I refer to an in-game year, because in real life years vary, whereas in-game years for Stardew do not. It's a little easier to tell time. Hopefully not in real life years. We'll see. If I keep up the pace that I'm keeping up, I imagine I could probably finish this challenge in a year's actual time. It's going to depend on how long some of the later things take. I haven't really mapped out the time it's going to take me to do some of that stuff. I was talking with Cord in his stream the other day. He's like, yeah, you're going to be spending like 300 hours probably. He did some rough math on just resetting or just sleeping for 1,000 years. So that's going to be quite a lot of time in real life. Okay, radioactive ore and radioactive bar, those have just been slowly going up. A few people in the in Gug's comments and Wallagug's videos comments were making suggestions on how I can get radioactive ore. And yes, I can reset the floors and the harder mines, and that'll probably be quicker. But I'm not really worried about getting it done quickly. I'm just slowly getting them. Let's see. You mean prismatic shards? Slaying all the magma sprites. Oh, I see. Cinder shards. Oh, I never even thought about using Monster Musk in lava mines. Yeah, that would probably be a really good idea. That will definitely get me a lot more. I wonder if it works. Because I think the lava mines are kind of seeded. They're the same thing every single day. They don't get randomized at all. But I bet the enemies change if you use Monster Musk. I probably have to check on that, but I'm pretty sure that's right. Alright, minerals. These only require crystallariums, you can see by this lovely column here. So I got them all done. It just took a long time. But none of you have to see that, because it's already done. Let's see. Artifact troves. So these are my nightmare. I need 28,000 artifact troves. And I've currently gotten about almost 3,000. So it just takes a long time. They're more annoying to just open, though. I just have to sit there for an hour clicking. I'm going to get an auto clicker for that, probably. So I can't do other things. Let's see. That was... I'm just going to call you Dump. I hope that's not offensive. It's Dump Lin Gazal, I think. But I don't want to get that wrong. Thank you for the follow. Alright, here's where our auto petters are and our auto grabbers. I could technically buy the auto grabbers, as you can see. It cost me 24 million to finish those off, which I could do, but I'm going to get them anyways when I'm getting auto petters. They're just as likely to come out of Dark Cavern Mines chests. Okay. So this is the really big category. This is the other category. So originally when I made this spreadsheet, a lot of these things didn't stack. For instance, things like campfires didn't used to stack. Carved braziers, casts didn't exist, but chests didn't even stack. So I just had another category for like a few things, like the bait, like the batteries, things like that. And then suddenly all those things were made to stack, and rather than me being smart and making like a craftable category, because I'd probably have to move a few things around like the torches and whatnot, I was dumb and I just kept putting items on here. So it's just a really long category that's full of like a whole mishmash of things. Speaking of which, okay, so this has to be taken off. I used to think it was possible to get a stack of these, but you can't get more. Oh, Dumpling. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I didn't think that. Alright, I'll just call you Dumpling though. That's perfectly fine. I love dumplings too. I don't know why I didn't see that. I was seeing it as like 3 different words. I just saw it like Dump, Lin, and then Gazal. Or Gazul. It's funny. Sorry about that. Okay, so the coffee maker will be taken off. I don't want to mess up my spreadsheet, so I haven't touched it yet. But it should be pretty easy to take off. Deconstructor just requires 20 Q gems per, so that's just going to be about getting Q gems. Enricher, and then later on the pressure nozzle, they both drop from monsters. So I'm going to wait to buy those until I have bought everything that doesn't randomly drop from monsters. Farm computer requires the artifact, what's it called? The dwarf computer or the dwarf gadget, I think it's called. So I'm just trying to get as many of those as I can. Okay, golden coconuts. Welcome to Atworld. Luckily that's almost done as well. I'll have a stack of those, and then for unrelated reasons, I need to get another 7 stacks, so that'll be a fun trip. Heavy tappers. This is something you can actually buy with Q-Gem. Oh no, that's the hopper I'm thinking of. But the heavy tappers I can make. I need radioactive bars and hardwood. I have the hardwood, but I do not have the radioactive bars. So I'm just waiting. Hoppers. Hoppers is a weird one because you can craft them or you can buy them for 10 Q-Gems. Crafting them also requires radioactive bars. I'm probably going to end up crafting them. Might be half and half, but it's going to be one of the last things I buy because I can technically craft them. Hey, Skate. And Sleepy. Thank you for following. Welcome. Okay, Junomo chests. So those cost 15 Q-Gems a piece. I'm going to start buying those next, actually. So as soon as I finish mushroom seeds, I'm going to start buying them. But it's going to take a long time. So if you just do some rough math here, 15 times a full stack of Junomo chests is 999. It really gets high into the gem requirements. But I do the quests every single week, and I get a whole bunch from the mines. It just takes some time. Magic Rock Candy, I buy it every week. In fact, I did the math on this. I have not yet missed a week since it came out. So I have 185 of them. You can technically get Magic Rock Candy as a drop from Haunted Skulls, but it's really annoying. So I just haven't been bothering to try that. It would save me some time, but really it's not time I need to save, so it doesn't. Mini Obelisks. This has actually gone up a little bit because I crafted a few in spring, but it's just gonna. It depends on my solar essence. That's the only thing I need for it now. A mini shipping bin is another one that needs to be taken out, but I'm not gonna do it right now. It's not possible to get another one unless you're on multiplayer, and I'm not doing multiplayer. Oil maker requires slime. That's the only thing I'm low on for that, and I've been using my slime to make monster musk right now. So you see, I've made a bunch of these. I used to be using my excess slime for this. Now I'm making monster musk. Taking a break from it. Ostrich Incubator. This is the worst item in the game. It requires an insane amount of materials. You notice I have 2 of them right now, but that's it. That's probably going to stay 2 for like 20 in-game years before I start making them. Let's see. Pressure nozzles, again, they drop from enemies, so I'm not going to buy them with Q2. The rare crows. So this is the alien crow, rare crow 3 here. So you can see it takes 100 million, just about, money to buy it all. And that's probably going to be the last thing I use money. So that'll be a fun stream. I'm just going to be sitting there buying casino coins for an hour and a half. The rest of the rare crows are either yearly, or in the special case of Rare Crow 4, you get them from the traveling cart. But you get it at a much higher rate than once per year. I have 92 of those. These 2 are you can just buy. These 3 you can just buy in quantity. So now I just have all of those done. I talked about seaweed already. I'm going to get that from fish ponds eventually, so I just haven't been. I finished these today, so technically these are done. I don't like to touch my sheet until the end of the year, though. I don't like to update anything because I like to see it all happen at the same time and see what changes. So I'm just going to leave that as is for now. Slime Incubator. Remember, I think this requires slime, which is why I haven't. So Skate, I'm not going to be doing a multiplayer run. I don't think the diamond rings stack, though, if I were to guess. Because no other ring in the game stacks. So my best guess is they would not stack if coded the same way. So I'm not doing anything in multiplayer. Statues of Endless Fortune. I have 200 of them, which puts me at 20% done. Which means I only have to spend another 800 million. Essentially, that's my billion gold speedrun. Slowly making money to buy those in the background. The island totems. I have all the other totems done. The island totems require dragon's teeth. I get that done. Throw that on. Artifacts. This is the reddest sheet in the entire list. You can just see it's covered in a bunch of red. I only added this like a year ago. Mostly because I was like, my artifacts aren't changing that much. I'll just get them as I get them. But now that I've actually made a plan to get how I'm going to get all my artifacts and everything, I now have this on a sheet, and you can see it doesn't look good. So there's most of these I can get from Treasure Trove. Here, Artifact Trove right here. You can see all the ones that I can get from it there. A good number of them. But there's some I can't, like the amphibian fossil, the palm fossil somewhere else, the dwarf scrolls can't, but I'm getting them fast enough that it's okay, I think. All of the items from the Ginger Island fossils I can't get. The mummified bat and frog, I'm worried about those. I actually don't know what I'm going to do about those. The Nautilus fossils. I get enough of those kind of from the beach. Here's the palm fossil, for instance. That can come from the beach too, and from Ginger Island dig site. Oh yeah, Hoot. Yeah, I've watched, never know how to pronounce her name. Lily? I've watched a few of her videos before, and I didn't know she did a billion gold challenge. That's cool. Yeah, Cordite, another Twitch streamer who does Stardew, is actually doing a billion gold challenge right now. I don't know if he's streaming right now, but he's kind of doing it intermittently. Actually, when I was talking to him about this, that's actually what I brought up. He's gonna finish way before I do, because that's not the only thing I'm focused on. I'm doing, like you said, a million other things at the same time. So I actually have 3 artifacts done. Might be able to guess why. The prehistoric rib, the prehistoric tibia, prehistoric vertebrae. Those are all artifacts that drop from the dinosaurs in Skull Cavern. So if you kill the Pepper Rexes, drop those. So as a result, I've got a whole bunch of them. I actually have a bunch of extras that I keep separate. So most of these are pretty straightforward. I get enough artifact troves, I open them, and I get them. A lot of these are just kind of like, I have to bomb the mines for these 2, for instance. And a lot of them I just have to get from artifact spots. It's going to take a while, but it will happen. I'll make sure of it. Okay. From what I heard in someone's comment, and I'm going to have to verify this, but I think they're probably right. In the 1.5.2 update, I think Concern Date removed the ability to get more strange capsules. So as a result of that, I don't think I can get a stack of capsules in. So I think that will actually come off of here. So most of the stuff on this list is the decorations. Most of this stuff just comes from buying from certain festivals, certain stackable items. So like basic logs, the candy canes, things like that. So I just went through every festival. You can actually see where I bought them from. Night market. This is the egg festival. These are just people. You probably knew that one. You can buy these from people. Okay. So this is behind the community. So I just this is the flower dance. So it's just things like that. I bought pretty much all of them already. Everything on here that I didn't buy is something I can probably only get once a year. And then here's the infamous tea set. It's the last item on my entire list. Yeah, I think you're right there, Matrix. I think CA might have saved me a little bit with that one. Unintentionally, of course, but we'll see. I have to double check a different source on that. Make sure that that's correct before I just assume that's right. I haven't gotten one since, so it's been a while at this point. I also don't have a lot of space on my farm for things to spawn, is the thing. So it's certainly possible that it just hasn't spawned. So that's really all the items on the list. The only other things here are just some other things I've been keeping track of. This is my yearly item tracker. I only started it on year 21. So the red means I missed it that year. So the bottom here is the tea set, so there's a lot of red on this one. Hopefully I don't make this mistake again. I don't remember why I missed this Roar Crow. Just wasn't there that day or something, or just missed it. Oh, I actually do remember. Okay, so the this is from Spirits Eve Festival. If you... Okay, Wiki agrees with the capsule statement. Alright, yeah, I think that's right. So, the Spirits Eve Festival, it starts at like 10 p.m. and you have to get there by 11:50. I thought it was midnight, but it's 11:50. If you're not in there by 11:50, won't let you in. So I didn't want to lose that whole day, and you can see I've already got more rare crows on here than I have on these two. So this one's already ahead. So it was okay that I missed a day, technically. Because it's going to take just as long to get these. Weekly items, that's something I used to look at. Now I have all this memorized, so it's... Okay, so here's a little fun spreadsheet. These are my fish pond items. So basically, I figured out early on, like, oh, you need items to fill up the fish ponds. And I need items for stacks, so I need to make sure that I don't run out of certain items when I use them for fish ponds. So this is basically just a list of everything I needed for fish ponds. So I took it away from these items here, and I put them in a separate place. And now they're all here. You might notice this one that's sticking out here. That's the golden relic. As it turns out, I kind of need those golden relics. So I've just been kind of assuming that 25 is going to be enough for the fish ponds. We'll see when we get to that one. If it's not, I'll just steal more golden relics away. We might get lucky on the they drop from the artifact trove, so it might just get a little extra. And we won't click on it, because that's just a bunch of numbers. Okay, so does anyone have any questions they want to ask about the sheet here? Because I think I'm going to wrap up here pretty quick. Let me go ahead and take a look at what's on while you guys are thinking. Of course, no one's streaming right now. Okay, I'm not really seeing. So Matrix, the item that really threw me off was the Statues of Endless Fortune. I was literally, I think in the Do Crew Discord, someone was talking about how they filled up a shed with Statues of Endless Fortune, and that was like one of their goals, and they finally finished it. I was like, that's awesome. I was like, and we got talking about my challenge. I was like, yeah, luckily for me, Statues of Endless Fortune don't stack. And he just goes, ... you know they stack, right? So that completely blindsided me. I was like, oh, that's 1 billion more gold I need. So they didn't used to be able to stack. Like the first time I ever got like 2 of them, they would not stack together. That only changed in the 1.4 update, and I just didn't know about it. It's fine though. I kind of needed them anyways. It's kind of funny. As it worked out. Interesting. Sorry, 1 second. I got an email that was kind of important, but I can deal with it. Fortunately, despite me following like about 20 Stardew Valley streamers, none of them are actually live right now. So I want to raid someone, because I finally have a bunch of viewers for the first time. Let's just go to a Stardew Valley streamer that looks like they're having a good time here. Let me go ahead and go to Twitch here. I'm gonna mute this really quick. Let's see. Stardew. Probably want to send you to someone who speaks English. Of course, there's an ad. Let's see. Okay. Seems like fun. Second. Oh, let me go ahead and put up my ending stream a little bit here. So I hope you guys all had fun today. We're going to go ahead and raid this channel. She seems like she's having a lot of fun here. Seems like a nice chill place. So let me go ahead and... How do I do this? I raided someone before, but it was a while ago. Okay. So let's go ahead, make sure we're being nice, and go say hi. I hope you guys all had a nice stream. It was really fun for me. It was great to talk about all of this stuff in great detail. So I hope you guys all have a wonderful day. I don't know if it's gonna go immediately. Here, I probably just have to click the button and it'll go here in a second. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. It was great to talk with everyone. I'll probably be streaming again some point this week. It's kind of periodic for me. It's kind of hard exactly to say when I'll be streaming, but it's usually after 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays, and then sometimes on Saturdays during the day. Okay. Have a great day, everyone. Oh, I hope that worked. There we go.
Hello? Is it AI Gore or Algor? Either way, hi! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. My name's Shanti. We're playing some Stardew. Normally I play a lot of survival RPG world creation games. And sometimes I just play a game until I'm sick of it, which is probably going to be Stardew Valley. Basically we won't ever
Oh, it's a person.
because I don't think I'll ever get sick of it. But welcome in. Thank you so much for thinking of me whenever you decide to raid. I really appreciate that. Feel free to hate me forever because I called you AI Gore. Unless that is actually what it is. But welcome in, everybody. Oh, you were playing Stardew as well? How was it? Tell me all about it. Who are we marrying? Your stream seemed very chill. Oh, well, that's very nice of you. Thank you. I'm glad. It's totally chill. I wasn't talking about how I hated everybody for declining me a dance during the Spring Dance Festival or whatever it was called. Totally not. Not at all. But thank you very much. I really appreciate that. You married Leah a few years ago. Nice. We love an established relationship. You know, I think I might marry Leah. I don't think I've ever married Leah. And I like her aesthetic. Don't mind my hat. I won it when I stole it from the children during the Easter egg festival. Ooh, I need things. As you can see, we're still at the point in the game. Yes. Of course, yeah, get your food. Thank you again for bringing your community over. I appreciate it. I hope they enjoy.